Okay, great. And I guess we'll start at the top with Peter.
Sorry, I was in the middle of something. How's everybody doing? Thanks for having me. Excuse me, I'm a little winded right now. I've been running in circles all day. But first of all, can you hear me okay?
Yes, and we were going to do a roll call if that's okay, or do we only have you for a limited time?
Oh no, I'm multitasking right now. So go ahead. I'm here. Everyone I think knows what I do. So if you need a specific question, just let me know. But yeah, go on.
Okay, then VTV, you're next.
Hi, I'm VTV, Neil Kiernan, host of V Radio, newsletter editor. I think that's basically it. Most of you guys know who I am. Same thing.
Oh, Dan, want to hear me?
Go ahead, Alfred.
This is Alfred from NEL chapter. Also, have administrate the media podcast.
Okay, I'm Jen Wilding, the United States coordinator, and I'm the point person for the state coordinators in the movement for the U.S. Nelson, are you with us?
Yeah. Hi to all.
Say where you're from.
I'm from Chile.
Thanks for joining us.
Thank you. Yes.
Sean. Sorry.
Hello, Sean.
Go ahead, Sean.
Sorry, Nelson, I thought you were finished. Sean, Ohio coordinator, co-coordinator, and work with Z Radio and general education in the movement.
Hi, it's Adam, Maryland State coordinator.
I'm Brendan, the Hawaii coordinator, and I'm in Kona on the Big Island.
Hey, this is Cody, and North Carolina coordinator, and Blue Ridge Zeitgeist Movement sub-chapter coordinator.
Don with the Virginia, you with us? Yeah, no mic. Go ahead, Garrett.
Hello, everyone. This is Garrett, the Kansas State coordinator.
This is Frank Flores. I'm the coordinator for the Rio Grande Valley Zeitgeist Movement.
Lou, I didn't get any vocal on you. Can you type? Lewis, the New York City subchapter. Welcome.
Hello, everyone. I'm Marcus. I coordinate the Missouri chapter as well as the Kansas City subchapter.
Dave, Illinois State coordinator, aka Mr. B.
Urban is here. Dennis E. Avatar, both without mics. Andrew S., are you with us? Moving on, Andres from Ecuador.
Yes, hi everybody, I'm Andres, coordinator and coordinator of the Quito subchapter, the capital city.
Welcome. Arnaldo, are you with us?
I'm with you.
Ben McLeish.
Ben McLeish, UK lecture team. Nice to
User
meet you all.
joined your channel. Blas. Craig/Morpheus is without a mic.
Peter, Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada. Just here listening again today.
Fernando.
Fernando, ¿estás ahí?
Sí, aquí estoy.
Fernando is a Chile national coordinator. And I forgot to say I'm Latin American coordinator. But Fernando is bad with English, more than me.
Sorry.
Gregory.
From California, I said it already.
Han Solo, 111.
This is Jason, coordinate the California chapter.
I'm sorry. Hi, how's everybody doing? Good.
Jefferson from Brazil is without a mic.
I'm John Stevenson from the Midlands chapter in the UK. It's pretty late here, 2:16 in the morning, but I'm going to hang around as long as I can. Thank you.
I'm Lee from the Yorkshire chapter in the UK, just listening in.
Name's Matthew, Charlotte subchapter coordinator, North Carolina.
Mike, Tennessee State coordinator and coordinator of the newly formed Zeitgeist in Murfreesboro.
I'm Mike Hines. I'm the new co-coordinator for Washington State.
I'm Miles Dye from London, England, and I'm the coordinator for the Universal Solutions Project.
I thought we all did that. Miles.
You do.
Okay. Parker H. Perry Alicis. We're going to move quick.
Ian Porter, North Carolina.
Parker H. is from Monterey, subchapter coordinator for Monterey, California. Raxade is from Estonia, without a mic. Sebastian Villegas from Chile, are you with us?
Sebastián es co-coordinador de Chile.
Okay. Silvio?
Hi, it's to check the mic. If yes, checking, 1, 2, 3.
Mic check and roll call, just saying who we are and where we're located.
Okay, I'm Silvio from Brazil. Good night, USA.
Tenoro.
Hey, this is Tenoro, the Louisiana State Coordinator. I'm also a member of the technology team.
Cool. X Chain Links X.
Hello, my name is X Chainlink X. My real name is Mike. I am from Indiana.
Hi everybody, I'm Alex. I'm with the New York City subchapter.
Bill, are you with us from Georgia? Bill is from Atlanta, has been involved in TZM since the beginning, was once the Georgia chapter coordinator, then technical coordinator, but now just an activist. Thanks.
And hi everyone, I'm Chuck. I'm a sub-chapter coordinator for the Greensboro Triad area in North Carolina.
I'm Eric. I'm the coordinator for St. Charles, Missouri.
My name is Elena. I'm from Holland and I'm with the Dutch linguistics team.
Hi, I'm Georgina from the New York City chapter.
Hi, I'm Luca from Buenos Aires, Argentina.
Jeremy from Kansas is without a mic, along for the ride. Joe/George is from Germany. The German linguistics team coordinator. Can't quite sleep, so thought he'd pop into TeamSpeak. Also no mic at the moment.
Hey, this is John, New York City.
Neo. We need to start a mic fund. Okay, Neo NL. I don't know. I'm not sure what country.
That's Holland.
Okay, thank you. Ryan Bennett, where are you from?
I am from Charlotte, North Carolina. I previously was living in Michigan.
Okay, and then a TeamSpeak user. Great. Well, we'll get started for now, and we have the unique privilege of having Peter Joseph himself for the meeting, which is appropriate for this particular meeting, and we have quite a large number of people in attendance and a lot of non-U.S. people this time, and I understand why. There's been some quite a bit of drama kind of circulating about the relationship of the Venus Project and the Zeitgeist movement, and it's been something that I think has been disheartening for a lot of people trying to wrap their minds around it. And if you, most of you, I think, here are probably here because you've already been exposed to some sort of piece of it. It's amazing how the negative stuff goes viral so much quicker than all the great media we produce, it seems. But there was a video posted of someone doing an interview with Jacques Fresco at the Venus Project, seemingly on a tour, that recently brought to light some feelings Jacques was having about Peter and about the Zeitgeist movement in general, and it was information that had not come to us in any other way, any other formal way. So it was sort of circulated publicly instead of maybe being brought to the parties behind the scenes to allow something to be worked out, maybe quicker. I don't know if that would be the case, but if you haven't seen it, if someone could put a link in the chat, just because you're going to find out about it anyway, and it's going to be a hot discussion topic in your chapter if you're not aware of this, so I just want you to be aware of it so that you'll know what people are referencing. And I would like to have Peter, I originally, before I knew if he was going to attend or not, was going to be relaying messages that he has been posting in the forum in response to this. So there are some written statements that Peter has made on the forums, and that will be probably ongoing to get updates, I assume. But we have him here, so we can, and things have been sort of evolving, so I'd like for him to give his take on the situation and where he stands and where he feels the movement is going to be going from here.
Thanks, Jen. I don't want to have to repeat myself too much. Since this incident has occurred, I made a deliberate move to try and not make a reaction, not post a reaction other than the very short reaction I did on a forum post, basically that was the first thread that I had seen that talked about this video, even though I had seen it the day before and was pontificating on what to do and the effect it would have on the morale of the movement. And of course, swallowing my own general sense of identity, because it was naturally very insulting. For those that haven't seen it, I'm not going to explain it. But here is a general view. First of all, all that needed to happen with this, all that needed to happen was Roxanne to come out and say, you know what, Jock's gotten old. He gets upset. He's made some statements, and you know, not a big deal. We do have some minor grievances, this or that, or say anything, for example. Not one thing has come out of the Venus Project camp publicly since this video has gone viral in the community, and that's really the telltale for this. That's really what tells me that there literally is something legitimately wrong if they're willing, basically through their silence, to state that this is actually how they feel, that Jock's viewpoint. And again, I'm not going to go into the details because it's just too long-winded, and I probably end up pontificating on one point or another. Anyone that's been aware of what we've been doing as a movement and the really tremendous activism and almost unprecedented, or in fact truly unprecedented levels of community awareness on a global scale, if anyone's been aware of that, then they would know that Jock's statements were quite unfounded and very hurtful. And unfortunately, we have people now, I'm not sure who's tapping. Would you please stop tapping? And basically all that had to happen coming out of the Venus Project camp was for them to apologize, or at least address it, or at least make any type of statement. And what's come through the grapevine as of today, when I hear basically commentary from people that are close to them that are still not really in contact with us, is that they want basically disassociation. This is the implication. Haven't heard this declaratorily, but there have been calls made to the Venus Project. All of my communications to them have not been answered. And if that didn't tell me something immediately, well, I don't know what would. So there seems to be a disassociation that the Venus Project has chosen to make for whatever reasons. I will state, with regard to the direction, I felt I've done a very diligent job of trying to be creative with everything that I've learned from Jacques and the Venus Project, and express that. I've sourced Jacques repeatedly. If someone can find a situation where I haven't sourced the Venus Project in one way or another, I'd like to see it. And basically what we have now is the situation that the resolution of such is almost non-existent. I don't know what else to do. Everyone that tries to get in touch with them seems to come back with ambiguity. And those that have been speaking out, such as the Andrew Buxtons and these other people that have been kind of blindly close to the Venus Project in a way that's almost a generation of division, those that criticize us for reasons that are explicitly unfounded, such as trying to take our own direction. And this brings me back to my general point. What we see here is the direction pointed out is not the direction of the resource-based economy. That's the objection. The real direction is that we're not blindly falling in line with whatever they want to do, both in their commercial interests, financial interests, and everything else. And that's really what I see as the problem. And I unfortunately can't respect that. I started the movement to not have money involved, to not complicate things. I've painstakingly gone out of my way, my own budgetary issues, with the support of the movement, and of course the film creations, which will be a long time before I make my money back off of moving forward. These things ring true to me, just to see the kind of subtle slap in the face that's existed by this massive fundraiser, again, which I supported, and I didn't tell the community not to support it. I simply said, listen, I can't get behind such a dramatic, massive financial issue. I mean, coming out of nowhere, especially when I have been preaching the need to not use money, not obsess about money, not take donations for the movement. We've also been supporting the Venus Project, their 501c. We had a link on our support page for 3 years. Thousands and thousands of dollars have been donated to them through us. So there's a long list of subtle things that really should, and I can't believe that Roxanne or anyone haven't come forward to solidify this situation in some way and to nullify it, because it could have been very easily nullified, very easily. So as of now, as I stated in my forum post, which I'm going to be a little more prolific with because my grace period with being emotionally hurt and everything else is over, and we've done far too much work. We've done far too much work in this to let such a thing subside and us be pushed aside. In other words, it can't go that way. So one way or another, the Zeitgeist movement remains, and we can work to restructure it in a worst case scenario if the Venus Project does not come around, which all signs point to them not coming around, unfortunately. and take the train of thought and move with the train of thought and stop establishment or guru associations explicitly. Stop associations with anyone, including myself, as the source of anything. And that is my general philosophy anyway. And I'm not going to belabor it. If you want to read more, there's a thread called I Called the Venus Project at the global site started by Rough Styles, where he actually contacted Roxanne, did more successful than I. And it began there, and I've been addressing issues since then. So the next stage now is more meetings to figure out how to redefine the movement from an information data standpoint, as opposed to referencing existing entities, whether the Venus Project or Jacques Fresco or anyone. We begin to utilize this information in a holistic way. We can bring in much more research from Buckminster Fuller. If you're familiar with Buckminster Fuller, there's a great deal of parallel in the logic, which goes to show that these ideas really aren't just the Venus Project's ideas. And it's unfortunate that we, this has been blown up in such a derogatory way, because not only does it make them mad, it makes us look really bad. And it's just bad across the board. And let's just all calm down and take pause, wait this out a little bit longer. I'm still leaving the door open for the Venus Project to do something, but I'm not going to sit idly by and hold my breath or even stop any action whatsoever just because they've decided that we're not in support of them or whatever their claims may be. So I'm going to leave it at that.
Peter, I would like to say something really quickly. I did a document called TZM Call to Change, and I have sent you our email. And I asked, please review that document because a lot of solutions to this problem are listed there. And that document foresaw this problem happen because I sent before this thing happened. So I think it's a good point for us to begin with the restructure of the movement.
Well, you're free to send me that document. I'm not familiar with it. I'm happy to open the floor. Okay, I'm not gonna. I could go on a number of different points still, but please, Peter at the zeitgeistmovement.com. I'm open to such ideas naturally.
Yes, I will resend it to you.
Well, hi guys. This is an old discussion. I have talked with Roxanne several times. She always mentions something like, well, it seems like the Zeitgeist movement is going in the wrong direction because nobody is asking anything to us. Because they wanted, I'm gonna be clear, I don't want to hurt anyone, but they said it's like they wanted to coordinate the movement, and no one is like hearing their statements or something. So, for example, and for instance, I have this video. I recorded this audio in the international meeting, and I made a video of it. So you can see there that the requirements of the Venus project were kind of technical. They wanted technical people, technical knowledge, and so on. So I do understand also Peter's position. I also read his favorite book, The Testament of Hope, and I understood what was the point of making the movement. So the problem, I think, emerged when the movement was born, and the objective or the definition of movement was, we are the activist arm of the Venus Project. So now we have people working towards the movement and working towards the Venus Project in a separate way. So I'm gonna be completely honest. There's a lot of people working, for example, towards the resource-based economy by financial ways, financial means. So this can't be included in the Zeitgeist movement. And the thing is, G-Man once told me, when you create something bigger, you create it and you better stay away of it, because you don't know what it's gonna become. So what I see here, and excuse me, I just wanna explain both points of view. I respect that, and I agree with Peter. The Zeitgeist movement is a social movement, and we must create a critical mass. But from the Venus Project, they just wanna, I don't know, build the first city, fundraising for the first city, technical people for the Venus Project design team, and Jack, in the same meeting that I'm pointing, so Jack said that he was concerned about people taking his ideas away, not talking about Peter or anyone in the movement, but he told, I want my name wrote in the book so people can come and ask me things. So I know, Peter, for example, that all the movement's work is towards the Venus Project, or was towards the Venus Project. And the thing is, at the end of the movie, I think Jack probably will want to see www.thevenusproject.com, because he's seeking attention for 35 years for the Venus Project, and I think 70 years from his own life. So the thing is, he's not polite at all. He's misinformed, but I don't think we should define our goals and separate us from the Venus Project. That I don't agree with that, because the Venus Project is very graphic. It's in the behind the mind of a lot of people right now. A lot of people is talking good about them. There's a lot of publication about the Venus Project. So maybe we should do what we didn't do in 2008, is defining the movement objectives clearly, not just making a statement. Personally, I think that you should be in charge of the social part of the movement, but there should be a technical part. Why I'm saying this? Because I know a lot of members that are working towards the Venus Project technically, and other ones want to work towards it financially. So we should respect those positions, let them grow, but keep things clear. I don't know if we are the activist arm of the Venus Project or
Andreas?
activist arm of the Venus Project.
Okay. Before it gets too long, a lot of people have questions about, where we're going from here. I'll let Peter give a response to that.
Let me just say that none of this comes from us. If anyone in this room can find anything that we have done other than my general statement recently that I felt that the film project they were pushing forward was highly gratuitous, contrary to what the movement had been putting forward, a bit of a slap in the face for everyone else that has gone out of their way with their own budgets like myself, and with the very low probability of the type of return they're looking for the city system, putting all their eggs in one basket. Before that, there was absolutely nothing wrong. I had all of my data sent to them for approval, virtually everything, unless there were time-sensitive issues. This is coming from them, not me, not us. So I want to point that out. So we can say, yes, the Zeitgeist movement doesn't exist necessarily as the Venus Project. But if you really think about this, we have an awkward position because we have thousands and thousands of supporters that want to see social change. And we really need to focus on that actual data itself at this stage, since the Venus Project has chosen to basically more or less disassociate. And those were Roxanne's exact words, according to what Rough Styles posted, is that there was a disassociation that was an interest of Jacques. And that shocked me. Where does that come from? Because his face isn't on everything? I have no idea. I have done nothing but religiously promoted the Venus Project from the very, very beginning. And the complication itself doesn't exist. And this is why all Roxanne had to do was say, we're sorry, Jacques was just having a bad day. But this goes to show that there's a lot of bullshit that's being fed to Jacques about, Peter Joseph's ego, and he wants to be Jacques and replace Jacques, or something like I see coming from people like Andrew Buxton and other people that are close to the Venus Project, that I feel they've been feeding Jacques bullshit. And ever since I told Roxanne that I can't publicly support thoroughly, while I'm going in back ways to try and get directors and support, I even created a promotional package for them. She sent me images. I was working with that. And then this comes out. It's all very discordant, so please don't talk to me as though somehow I caused any of this, because there's no basis for that. I'm trying to do damage control now and figure out where the movement's place should be. And the way I see it is we have to go straight to the data, rebuild our catalog of information videos, so where it's about the information only and it's irrespective of any institution.
I would like to further add that I spoke with Roxanne in January and asked her specifically about some things I was hearing from people internally about the name of the movement, how there were disappointments there, things, a few different just things here or there that I thought I suspected were rumors because it had not been anything that resembling communication that I've ever heard from Jacques or Roxanne. In fact, it was kind of contrary to what I'd heard. So I contacted her in January, right after the premieres of Zeitgeist Moving Forward, and to give her an update on what was happening with the screenings in the US and how excited we were about all the attention that was coming to the movement and to the Venus Project as a result of those screenings. And she kind of expressed to me that she was concerned that she felt Jacques wasn't featured in the films as much, and that there wasn't as much credit given. And I was very shocked to hear that. I said, well, actually, you know, he is featured in the film, and the Venus Project is cited. And I also then said, and not only that, but at these events, there are materials being distributed to the attendees that direct people precisely to your website and to get more information, and to your books and DVDs and things like that. And I provided her with a sample of what went out to all of the, you know, I don't know, 800 people or so that attended the Los Angeles premiere. I had a very nice PDF to send her. And then she looked at that and she sort of retracted her statement, and she said, oh, I didn't realize that this was going out, so thank you for that. So I kind of thought, you know, this is interesting. Maybe she's getting a different take, and I think that she has been getting information from various people who loosely associate themselves with the movement, but are maybe disgruntled people, and I feel like maybe they have left an impression on her of things that are, you know, miscommunications about what actually goes on, what we've done as activists to support them. But even so, from the statements, it's really difficult for me to wrap my mind around anyone seeing the kind of media that Peter has put out or interviews that he's done, and to come away from that and think that Peter's trying to put himself on a pedestal, or that he doesn't credit Jacques, because more than anybody, I mean, he's always pointing back to the Venus Project. We are the activist arm of the Venus Project. And that's always been something we've stressed as chapters, and Peter has always been very exemplary of, you know, talking about the ideas that were put forth by the Venus Project. So I found that interesting, and so I do find it sad. But two, I think another thing to remember is that these ideas are, you know, we stand on the shoulders of giants. Jacques sourced a lot of information from Buckminster Fuller, from B.F. Skinner, from a lot of people before him, and when he speaks, he doesn't really cite them. And I've never brought that up to him, but I mean, they are on his reading list, and that's encouraged. But I really think that it's a new focus that he has on the credits, and I'm more than willing to give credit where credit is due. But I also would like to credit everybody here who's an activist, who puts forth these ideas, because there hasn't been a communications aspect to, as far as mass communications aspect, to what is the Venus Project until the Zeitgeist movement came along. So really, we are still the reason why this direction is getting attention in any kind of media, and that has been brought to the forefront in recent years and has gained so much attention. So at the very least, we should get more than enough credit for that, and be able to take the ideas and focus on the ideas and the solid aspect of the scientific method for social concern. You know, putting human values first. You know, nobody owns that. No one can take ownership of that as being important. And we can go forth and still continue that message. And I definitely see life beyond this moment for the movement in amazing ways, and we can continue to do what we do best, which is bring these ideas to the mass populace, to, you know, newer generations, in ways that is characteristic of us, in appealing to people emotionally and theatrically, or engaging them. And part of the other things I wanted to talk about in this particular meeting was that we've had some confusion about whether or not our movement has ever been going to be set up as a platform to educate people. And I would say really the only way I've seen the movement set up is to be a platform to encourage self-directed education and critical thinking, if anything else. So
And what's up with all these credentials and things? You know, we say because of Jack's works and Peter's works and the Venus Project and the Cycles movement. I think that each one of us is we stand alone. You know, it's an our mission. At least I consider that for myself. You know, I'm outside the Cycles movement. I'm outside the Venus Project. I am along with the decisions that I agree with, and then when I don't, and I continue. So it's the same either way.
Hi, I have Hans on my phone. He wants to say something. He wants to add something. I hope you guys can hear him. Okay, Hans, go.
And good evening, everyone. I think this is an opportunity for us to have, to raise deeper questions about the movement. I think there are certain fundamental flaws that were built in and that created these kinds of that created this particular kind of situation. I think Peter has expressed it. I think in the last letter that he touched and the letter that I touched, I discussed there are two different entities at work. One is a private entity, that being the Venus Project, and in which you can have people that are in the direction that can be, in fact, they have a business also, because they depend on it. And when Zeitgeist people, when we go over there and visit them, people charge money. So it creates that this is not where Roxanne is part of the Zeitgeist movement and so on and so forth. So it is not a symbiosis. It is not something that has a confluence and moving forward with that. There are a number of issues that came out very quickly, even at the pre-screening morning when in the early afternoon when you could see, well, we were there to talk about Zeitgeist moving forward, and you could hear a number of times being repeated over and over again, we want a movie, we want a movie. It sounded like a child that seen somebody else doing something and really wanted something really badly and just couldn't keep it together, and it was repeated over and over again. I think that theme will continue on. So, but the fundamental problems, having mentioned all these little things, is that Zeitgeist movement has, we can make references to Fuller, as Peter mentioned, make references to Jack, make references to the Venus Project. The Zeitgeist movement must become the movement. And for me, the solution here, the real solution, is for us to do a Congress, or for us to be able to find ways that can have as many people involved in the decision-making processes in the direction that we want to take as a movement, and a social movement that really understands, that understands the ramification, that understands the responsibility of a movement, that understands what it takes, and so on and so forth. We can make references to evil, but we cannot have a different entity that has its own direction, and that's what they had. They had the trump card, and they used it. That's why you can literally say, I don't want you to use my stuff. It's my stuff. It's not yours. The Zeitgeist has to be, we have to create our own dynamics. It's the resource-based economy. It's the social dynamic. It is activism. It is vision. It is, and in the process, you hear a lot of people saying, well, some of the technical stuff. In the process of this transformation, we will harness more technology. We will have people, but the first mission is to get people to understand that this is possible. And again, I don't want to say this because Peter's here. It's like I don't want to get into that sort of, bombing that. But when Peter says, it's easy, and people sort of maybe misunderstand that phrase, it's easy. In other words, the technology is there. It's what is in between it that doesn't permit it to actualize. Is it the economic interest? Is it the corporate interest? Is it our limitations? All these issues. And those are the questions that I think we have to raise. The solution for me is very simple. I think we have to have a Congress, just like we've had Z-Day. We need to have a huge Congress where we discuss issues, and we as a unit, everywhere, and this is to be energized worldwide, and this will give us a different perspective. This will give us the activism that we really need to sort of say, let's use this particular situation and let's bring ourselves tenfold in a different direction and heighten the tensions. That's where I'm at.
Well, I think one thing to consider is what a movement is. I mean, one of the things that Peter, I know, modeled this entity that is the Zeitgeist movement after is the civil rights movement. And when you think of the civil rights movement, and this may be more like US based, but when you think of the civil rights movement, do you think of a government? Do you think of an organization where people are sitting in offices answering the phone? I mean, no, it was a body of ideas. It was a value set that people adopted, and whoever adopted that value set was a part of that movement. And that's the way I view this. When we use the word member, and we have the word chapters, and sometimes I think that language confuses people because it has other associations. But ultimately, if people are supportive of these ideas, they are a part of the movement toward a global resource-based economy. So I think that's always why it's been a challenge for people to wrap their minds around it, or for people to want to control it and have it be something that is an entity that is almost a governing body. But I don't know. I'll let other people add their thoughts.
I actually have a question. I just have a question. Somebody posted in the forum that do we think if we actually proposed or presented them with an idea where we think the funding could be more effectively spent or more wisely spent, if that might change their mind on the issue? And I'm not sure if anyone's thought of something like that, because like Justin and I were talking about it and we're thinking, I don't know if anybody's thought of this. I'm sure they have, but if we were, even I understand Peter says it's probably not possible or it's not going to be very effective in the event that they did make such a movie, but even if we were lucky enough to raise that kind of money, let's say, $20 million or something, and then spend it on a movie, am I the only one that sees that as a possible sort of slap in the face, for everything that we've been trying to convince people that we're about tangible solutions, and we finally come up with this much money and we spend it on yet another intangible solution? I understand that it's about spreading awareness and we need to get these ideas out there, especially if the film can get the concepts out in more detail, because that's one of the things that really hurts us is we have really no way to show people exactly how this would work. So I think that would help. But the bottom line is, I think at the end of the day, if there's billions of people starving and there's all these homeless people, and then the Zeitgeist movement or the Venus Project, whichever one, is branded on this multi-million-dollar movie, when we could have built farms or shown some type of demonstration of the technology or something, I just think that that's a bad idea. So if they would even be willing to consider something like that in its place, and then maybe in the future, if more people with bigger pockets were willing to fund a movie, then that might make more logical sense. But overall, just this whole episode kind of reminds me of their fallout with Earth 2.0, and I'm starting to feel like we're dealing with just a situation of stubbornness where they don't want to compromise at all, and just everything has to be right down to the last detail. And it's unfortunate, because I feel like if people aren't willing to bend and move and kind of go with the flow in certain situations, it's going to hold them back. So anyway, that's my thoughts on the issue. I don't know if anyone's considered, my main question is whether or not proposing an idea, a more efficient way to spend the money, would change their mind on the issue at all.
Right.
Maybe,
Hold on.
sorry.
Just to put also a few things in perspective, while there are a lot of people in here, and I know a lot of people are in here for this specifically, I have a request to put out, and a few requests actually, but the main one is it won't help if everybody is going to try and play amateur diplomat in this situation. It would be wonderful if they contacted Peter back, or if in any way contact would be established, but it won't help if hundreds of people are going to now call Roxanne or Jock. So please, let's not do that. Also, you know what, I'm gonna leave it at that. Other points will be pointed out, and that's the main thing. Don't go and stalk everybody.
Let me respond to Brandy, which I agree with, to the effect that other means could be taken, but the real issue here isn't the movie itself. It's if the movement isn't supporting their whatever commercial interest the Venus Project has, and they're willing to basically sacrifice the supporters that they have because we won't go along with this massive fundraising scheme. The real problem has nothing to do with the movie. It has to do with what their mental disposition is and their sense of identity is. And the question that it brings up to me, since you brought up Earth 2.0, is that when I asked Jacques repeatedly, why are there not more people under your wing? He has a whole list of people he's been an acquaintance with. He can drop a lot of unique names. He talks about people that he's been educating for years. I'm like, well, where are these people? Why aren't they helping you right now? And that was an answer I could never get. I never understood why for some 30 years there was pretty much no one, and I mean no one, that was sitting by them trying to help them. So, and I hate to say it, but as Brandy, pointed out, there's something going on in the background, and it's really unfortunate. And it's either apparently their way or no way. And it really breaks my heart to see that they're willing to come out in such a horrible way, in such a terrible manner, uh, and not defend it, even though it wasn't intended. Obviously, some of the video camera caught Jacques, but they could have resolved this, and that's what makes it so incredible. Which goes to show there's much larger problems underneath the surface. And we're just going to have to kind of feel it out. And I want everyone, we shouldn't be trying to overrun them, as Gilbert pointed out. They have the opportunity to communicate with me or one and make an official statement issue. I mean, that's really what they should be doing. So I'm going to leave it at that.
Absolutely. And one point that I think also needs to be made is, aside from the fact that the project hasn't had much attention before we started doing all the work we've been doing, I was kind of disappointed also by the reaction of the people that are working here on a day-to-day basis. I mean, aside from that, of course, we do have a good bond, and we can learn a lot from the Venus project. I don't believe I have become blind or deaf in the last 2 years, and can anyone here actually deny all the great work we've been doing and what a potential we have as a movement? How can everybody panic like that? I was kind of surprised by the reaction by a lot of members. And come on, guys, regardless of where this is going, this movement that we've put up has such a great potential, and we can do a lot of things in the years to come. I can't word this really well right now, as it's 4 a.m. in the morning here, but I hope you got my point that yes, it's sad what has happened, but we also must remind ourselves of all the positive achievements that we've had over the past 2 years.
And in the prospect of like people freaking out, I believe that probably one of the main reasons for that would have to be this tendency of a leader issue. Again, because most of the people, from what I've seen, that have been freaking out over this issue are usually these types of people who try to look at one another or try to look for people to lead them, to go to them, etc. And I think that's what the issue was with that. In regards to the whole thing that Brandon pointed out with money being pointed to other venues, well, yeah, I can definitely sympathize with that, but you got to look at a lot of projects which could have brought an incredible amount of change. I mean, there was a agricultural project in the 90s that could have literally, if funding hadn't been cut from it due to budget issues, then it could have literally provided food for not only America, but possibly right now it could have provided food for the entire United States, plus like Europe and Africa. Not too sure about China though, but there have been projects that have been shutting down that could have had an immense impact on the state of the world. Solar panel projects, renewable energy sources, even new social systems, that projects have been shut down just because of lack of funding. So while funding might be a good idea to redirect funding towards actual city systems, I just had this type of picture in my head where 10 years or 20 years, because of a lack of funding, the project would just be shut down because of that. And that's my particular issue on that. It's good, but not, you know, I'm looking at the long-term ramifications of that being the trends and whatnot.
I have a couple things I'd like to chime in with. First, one is it's a legal issue. We've produced quite a bit of material, banners, and what have you, that have the Venus Project logo and their links on them. If Roxanne requested a disassociation, should we at this time not use any material that has these links? Any thoughts on that?
I don't think you're going to have to worry about that. I talked to Roxanne about like their relationship with the movement today, and you know, it's not like they are going to tell people not to tell people about them. It's more of a, you know, so I don't, yeah, nobody's going to like chase you down because you have the link to their website up, because if you know people want to learn about it, they're obviously going to go to the link that's on your banner, so then they obviously have their opportunity to represent the direction any way they want. So yeah, I wouldn't worry about that.
I assume that we would be notified if that changed. So,
well, there's good grounds to consider that if they choose to go the path that they have with many other organizations, they will restrict their images. They will have certain requirements just based on the trends that have been set. They've been pretty militant about the use of their stuff, and rightfully so in certain contexts. So there probably would, though, be inevitable adaptations depending on where they rest with this. One thing before I forget, and I can't stay that much longer, is that in the restructuring of the movement, one way or another, there has to be some bridges that are made that are more on the socialist level. I have purposefully, with respect to the Venus Project, not pushed a lot of intermediate social actions, meaning economic reform, step-by-step economic reform, in lieu of people like, say, John McMurtry, who actually has some very good ideas of actual step-by-step reform, who, by the way, kind of believes in a moneyless economy, but he just doesn't feel that you're going to make a huge step to it, which rightfully so. Then there's help for the community. I want to bridge things out a bit so the community can actually get real help, such as the Z Bank. Depending, the collapse is going to be ugly, it's stifledly ugly and grueling for quite an ordeal through time as is slowly materializing with the double dip and everything that's coming forward. And I really want there to be something that can actually help people. And so the movement doesn't have such an ideological air. It's actually going to be doing something more tangible. For example, the Zeitgeist Media Festival is going to be globally also, a food drive, a global food drive. This was a great tip by a friend who's helping organize the movement, the festival, the media festival. So we're going to start to do things that are actually related to actual direct societal issues, as opposed to being so overarching. Not to say that that's the solution, because it isn't the solution. That's very important. But to show the community that, yes, we're willing to take intermediate steps to improve the situation as need be, but we're not going to mistake the symptoms for the problems, and we'll keep moving forward with the overarching goal of what is, in effect, still a resource-based economy. So I want to throw that out there as some basic issues that have been on the back burner anyway, in case they don't come up later in the meeting.
Peter, what about the question that I raised in reference to a Congress where we can really get everybody thinking about this at a grassroots level?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand your question. Say it again, please.
I think we should do a Congress, an inter-Congress, to discuss a number of themes as to which direction we should be taking, some of the ones that you've illustrated and others.
The direction doesn't really change. There's nothing that we have promoted apart from the term or the entity of Jacques Fresco that doesn't exist on its own. And this is what I've been saying from the very beginning, and why I explained to Jacques and Roxanne when I made Moving Forward. I said, listen, my approach to this film is not what it was, an addendum to put the Venus Project on a pedestal. My approach to this film is to take the ideology, give it a faceless identity as much as possible, give credit where credit is due, which is why Jacques is still the hero figure, and to show the train of thought. And I saw right then, actually, now that I think about this, that they had a problem with this idea that how dare you show the logic of this without sourcing those who are holding that logic in their mind. And that think might have been the beginning of contention. So, at the end of the day, the focus is the same, but we should expand, and I'm happy to meet with a Congress, if you want to call it that. Global coordinators would be ideal to discuss other parameters that we could bring into the fold. I've talked about the Z-Bank stuff in numerous broadcasts. I've talked about the need for this transitional assessment to figure out what we can do in the transition. I still had a pending lecture that I was preparing that got caught up, and I haven't been able to finish that for a number of reasons, about the transition, about what to do during these types of breakdown problems, things what CollapseNet talk about, but not as extreme. Lots of stuff that goes in between our current state and the resource-based economy that would be actively helpful to the community. So that's the next step to me. I don't see any difference with our exact mission, except to try and extend it a little bit more, bring in some more activist community orientations, that have something specific they work on, all under the umbrella of this movement towards the new social system. I hope that makes sense.
It certainly does, but it does show a different direction. It expands on the horizon. It no longer is pushing for something very specific that dealt with. It's not pointing to a Venus project. It's requesting people to get involved at the grassroots level. It's requesting people to understand the dynamics in which they're involved in a little bit more intuitively, a little bit more intrinsically. So those are the issues that's going to be raised. So a Congress, you could do a Congress of coordinators at a higher level, but you have to also do a Congress of the grassroots to really energize and get people to talk to each other on a number of themes that are already expressed in the movement and the direction that is being expressed now. And that's going to energize this movement.
Yes, yeah. I completely agree 100%. And but I do want to reiterate that the direction doesn't change. I was never pushing towards, quote, the Venus Project, because the Venus Project is a commercial entity that hubs trains of thought worked on by Jacques for years that surround the ideology of a resource-based economy, and it's very vast and diverse. My focus was always to hone in on the resource-based economy issue explicitly and all of the science that surrounds that as far as human development. And that's why moving forward explains exactly what it explains. So that doesn't change. I just want to make sure that the very central issue doesn't change, and there's nothing that the Venus Project could do to change that motivation. It's beyond them. I'm sorry to say, this isn't about any institution. It's about a train of thought, and that train of thought has a reasoning, and I'm deeply indebted to Jacques for bringing that to my awareness. I think we all are, but if this is the way it's going to play out, what choice do we have? What choice do I have but to simply move forward with the ideas and leave behind the institutions?
But the grassroots, the grassroots out there, Peter, they are of the opinion, and it's my opinion that they are of the opinion, I guess, that the Zeitgeist movement is the activist arm of the Venus Project. So how do we address that? Also, I'm sorry to go on a little tangent here. I did send you a message in the text, but I'd also like some clarification on the money issue as well, please. On the very first Z-Day in London, I think I addressed you and made the point that at some point we're going to need a shitload of money to get this thing rocking and rolling, and you actually agreed on that. So can you just clarify for me, please, whether it is the project that the Venus Project is proposing is what you agree with? I think you've clarified it to some point, but of the movie that you don't feel is going to be successful, or whether it's the actual donations that they're asking for. A little bit of clarification there I'd appreciate.
Sure. Very quickly, the Zeitgeist movement statement that we are the activist arm of the Venus Project means we're the activist arm of the ideas that the Venus Project promotes. It means we're the activist arm of moving forward to a resource-based economy. At no point does that mean we blindly follow anything that Jacques and Roxanne think up. That just isn't the way that this was ever arranged, and that's why there's two different institutions. That's why the Zeitgeist movement is slightly separate and is the Zeitgeist movement. I won't go into the evolution of it because I wasn't sure what to do with the Zeitgeist movement when I saw the interest drive into it, and the Venus Project obviously was very important to that ideology. So I figured, okay, I really trust Jacques and Roxanne. I see that there's nothing going on that I can find that is in contradiction to anything ethically that I agree with, and hence we became the activist arm. But it's easy to requalify that to understand what that really means. It's sort of like saying that, well, excuse me, any type of identification with any institution and support doesn't necessarily mean that everything coming out of the institution is blindly upheld to. That is kind of a culture. So it's all about the resource-based economy. As far as the money you mentioned when I met you, I probably stated that money would be needed for larger order projects as they arise, and they would be very tangible projects. If they're communication projects, they would be vast and very targeted. And to get on to the movie question that you asked, I think I've stated this numerous times in the forum very quickly. The movie the movie that they wanted to do and the money that they want to, the first problem is the money. It's too extreme to be run by donations alone from a community of poor people. The Zeitgeist movement is a bunch of people that don't have a lot of money naturally. Why are they hitting up this poor community for millions and millions of dollars? And I'm like, okay, that's not really a good idea. And I expressed that in many different levels of courtesy, and they more or less ignored me. And then I said, listen, I've been in this industry a long time. Do you really believe you putting all your eggs in one basket? Say you do accumulate $20-30 million, another 10 million to promote. Do you really think you're going to achieve the level of what Avatar achieved? Do you really think it's going to, quote, change the world? This is why my approach has been to make a lot of small films and a lot of independent stuff and keep hitting the community with new releases. That's the way I would have approached it. So I don't agree with this huge all eggs in one basket type of approach. And I expressed that too. I was like, do you really think you're going to build, you're going to get enough money to build a circular city system off of some movie? Do you really understand what it means to render out 3D on the scale that's necessary for the type of environments you want to create? Which, if you look at the floor of any of these major studios, you're looking at 1,000 square feet of servers alone. So I'll stop there. Hopefully that answers your question.
It doesn't.
I
Thank
have
you.
a question. Sorry. So I really I'm exhausted, but the thing is, we are working towards a resource-based economy. The Venus project is working towards a resource-based economy, and they said probably they don't want our help. So this is a thing that is temporal. Every person changed their mind. We are basing our entire movement in that we can change people's mind. So we can just deal with this small issue, talk with them, and let's decide what is better for both teams, for both movements, for both the movement and the project, and don't start to divide everything. So I really think that we can just I don't know, like join both positions and stop with all these discussions, because we don't even negotiate, and that's what all is about. And Pierre, passive resistance and all the Martin Luther King speech is about joining and building bridges and negotiating, and we are just keep separating from the Venus project, and they don't want our help, so we are gonna make this anyway. So I think really can just we like stop this for a little bit and talk.
They have. Oh, you could explain it yourself if you want. I was just gonna say that they have been approached, so it was really up to them, or is still up to them, to seek contact. We're not gonna be like walking behind people if they're not responding. So.
Can I suggest
Right.
one thing?
Go on,
I,
Ben.
I had this sense today when I was reading all of this stuff, and I was thinking about why they might have done this and why this has come about. And if I were 95 and I'd just had this life of uphill struggle with no one listening, then I'd probably lose my wick at some point as well. But I thought of the way Martin Luther King might do this, and thought to myself, well, wouldn't it be nice to carry on advocating and recommending the Venus Project as and when it becomes a relevant thing? So much so that they might one day not feel embarrassed, but go, what were we getting all stressed about? This is just a lot of people who advocate the direction of what we've been trying to communicate forever. Now, that doesn't mean just belligerently carrying on in exactly the same form, but to have that in mind, that really might be the goal again, to leave that door open, as King talks about. I think that's got to be at least one part of it.
I couldn't agree more. The problem, Ben, as I see it, is everyone that has had any problem with the Venus Project has been basically denied the right to communicate by them in certain ways. Not to say that that's necessarily the case here. And in the event that we reorganize our data and our presentations, we don't necessarily have to omit anything with respect to Jacques and his life's work, but we will probably suffer some limitations due to how protective they've been for so many years. But I completely agree. And back to the other individual's question, on a similar note, it's really it's really the ball's in their court. I had my emotional reaction, so did plenty of other people, but I've settled this now, and I'm waiting for them to make whatever they want to do. They're the ones that originated it. I have a tremendous respect for that. If they state, well, we don't feel that this is going in our interests, well, that's their decision to make, and we just have to basically figure out how to adapt to that with respect. And one way or another, the movement can't stop. We have, from the RT interviews, we've reached a peak, like right at the peak, really, of our presence out there with the movie release. I have tons of film festivals that I'm submitting to, 100, and I'm just like, Jesus, we're at a tipping point where we really could have an effect on the community, and that's really what it means to me. As I stated in a forum post, I'm not here for the Zeitgeist movement. I'm not here for the Venus Project. I'm not here for myself. I'm not here for Jacques or any entity. This is a community effort. The Venus Project seriously needed a community effort, and we've done our best to do so. And this community has to persevere and alter itself and adapt as need be if we expect to have any effect on what's happening in the world today and have some positive change, which is really the important point here.
Is there any major event coming?
There's the Zeitgeist Media Festival, which we're trying to get out in numerous locations, which is another communications attempt to bring in different circles of people with different interests. Instead of the highly intellectual Zeitgeist Day event, the media festival is to try to make it stylistically interesting, to get the people out there that are involved in the arts to say, boom, I really like this. I might have a lot of money or whatever, but I really wish we could have a community. I really wish the world could be a family. That is where the Zeitgeist Media Festival is coming up. And yes, I intend it to be as big as I can possibly make it and afford.
I have a quick question. Peter, will you be on Wednesday on V Radio to just talk to them? I mean, I'm not. It's weird that you say that they don't answer the phone or something. Or I mean, they're on V Radio on Wednesday. Will you just be there and talk to them?
I'm not going to publicly go on a radio station after all of this and publicly deal with this situation. They have all my phone numbers. They're the ones that started this scenario. I have sent them numerous communications, both in a very agile course and also in a very polite way, in a very straightforward way to try and resolve this. In my last communication, I said, this is ridiculous. All you have to do is make an apology, and the community will be perfectly fine to accept it, and then we can work out whatever the hell is that you've conjured up that you think is a problem, because I really don't see it. It's very hard for me in my exhaustive state after what I've gone through over the course of the past 6 months to not show agitation when I'm sideswiped with things that are highly offensive. Well, to put it in a more respectable way, my ability to tolerate those that come at me with nonsense has greatly diminished. And this is another reason why I publicly stated I do not want to be a pivotal spokesperson for the movement right now, even though obviously I would take mainstream interviews if they came my way for the sake of the movement. I can't deny that regardless of how well I feel. It's too important. But I'm not going on some radio station publicly at the first instance to talk to them about this. This is a very private matter on multiple levels, and you got to understand that I used to be very close to them and visited them many, many, many times. And I'm really blown away by this, and there's so much misunderstanding that they need to step back and just bite their tongues, swallow their pride, and come forward and say, listen, we made a mistake on this. The movement has been doing great, and if they do have a problem with the direction, then tell me and make it apparent to the movement, because frankly, all I see is the fact that we're not supporting their huge movie. That's all I can find. Or I didn't make Jacques, the ultimate icon of influence in my prior movie, or I don't have an image of him apparently on my shirt every time I talk about the Venus Project. That's really all I can come up with. And if it's different than that, then I want to hear about it.
Peter,
Let me,
seconds ago you said that the Venus
folks, hold on
Project
just a
was a
second.
commercial entity.
Really quickly, just because somebody brought up V Radio on Wednesday, I told them that they could come on and say whatever they want, and people keep asking me to tell them what they're going to say or what I just said. I don't really want to be in a position to misrepresent them. I'm friends with everybody on all sides of it. Peter's welcome on V Radio anytime he wants to come on it, but this is, if they're going to say something, they're going to say it themselves. I'm not going to speak for them on this issue. So that's what the point of it is, and it wouldn't be appropriate to have Peter and Jock, longtime friends, hash out their problems on the air. The people who are our detractors are already having more than enough fun about all of this crap at our expense. It's an effort, I told them that if they want to talk about it, they can, but I want to make it clear that my personal position is that I'm trying to stay out of the middle of this. That's all.
Well, don't you think by doing a radio show with them, you're putting yourself right in the middle of it?
No, they asked for an opportunity to talk about their view on things, and this gives them that opportunity to do that, and then they can hear it from the source. One of the problems that I'm seeing in all of this is that everybody's getting second, third, fourth, fifth-hand information.
Well, my question is, if they're willing to do that, why won't they just approach Peter and do that privately?
I don't know.
I guess you'll hear that on the radio.
I would imagine it's because it's been blown up completely in public forum, and they want to address it in the public forum. That would be my guess.
Well, I would say, I just want to add that when I reached out to Roxanne around the time of the screenings, because of things I'd been hearing, I gave her an opportunity to voice any other concerns that she had, and she didn't have any at the time. And I also opened the channel and said, if anything comes up that you have a question about, or that you think seems wrong, or you hear something that's fishy in the movement, please reach out and contact me. And she has my email. We have emailed in the past. I know she, but nothing's been said. Nothing even to the extent of, I'm concerned about Peter's stance on the films, or I'm concerned, about this or that. Nothing.
But Jen, a couple of weeks ago, I was in a TeamSpeak meeting with Roxanne and Jack, and it was. And Gilbert was there as well. I think, Gil, you'll remember it. And it was pretty obvious, even back then, that there was some tension, and Roxanne wasn't happy at all. And that's definitely the feeling I got. But just going back to something that Peter said a moment ago, Peter, I've bugged you on the forums about being the spokesperson for the movement. I think it's really important, so I'll thank you for that. And thank you for remaining as the main spokesperson, especially where the media is concerned, or essentially where the main media is concerned. The RT interview, I think, was pivotal.
I want to make one more clarification point. We were going to be scheduling a show before any of this happened anyway, so it's not like I called them up and said, hey, let's have a show to talk about this. But they asked if they could talk about that, and I've always told them in the past that they can talk about whatever they want. And the same thing is true of Peter, Charlie Veach, all the other people I've ever had on my show. So that's just it's the format for V Radio. V Radio is kind of meant to be an alternative news broadcast, so the people who don't want to turn on Fox News can listen to something else. There's no specific allegiance implied by me having them on the air. They're all my friends. I consider Peter, Jock, and Roxanne my friends, and I've made it clear to them that I haven't had a chance to talk to Peter about it as much as I'd like, but I'm already working towards that. But I'm not going to be made to choose, and nobody has asked me to. So,
as far as I'm concerned, Neil, that's cool.
Indeed.
Question. Peter, are you there?
Yes. You have a question?
Yeah, because seconds ago you said that the Venus Project was a commercial entity. What do you mean by that?
When I'm at the Venus Project, there's a big difference between the Venus Project and a resource-based economy. No one's ever differentiated between the two as far as I'm concerned. Jacques refers to the Venus Project as a set of blueprints and ideas that basically support both the technical structure of a resource-based economy along with the direct sociological information that orients the way human behavior should be based. In other words, you know all the rhetoric of Jacques and all the things I put in the film. That's why the human nature element is there in Zeitgeist Moving Forward, and other things that come through is regarding violence and crime, all of that stuff about how social operation should work. And that's what the Venus Project is. What the Venus Project, I say it's a commercial entity, not just because there's money involved and it's literally a corporation of such. That's relevant, but that's just an entity. That's their entity. That's the entity that Jacques uses to try and sell back in the day, he tried to sell his city systems to countries. He would go to Dubai and try to get people to use his architecture. That's their commercial entity. That's all. But the ideology that supports a resource-based economy is different. And that's what I'm interested in promoting. That's all. So when they constantly going back to the Venus Project, it just creates an air that it's an institution that's supposed to be, encompassed in all of its capacity, and that I don't agree with. It should be about the ideas and the ideas only, not the institution.
I'm worried about something. It seems like this whole conversation here is one-sided, and obviously that's so because Peter is here and the Venus Project are not here. But I mean, if I were Peter Joseph, I would ask myself, if Jacques Fresco says I'm not representing the Venus Project, that maybe I should ask why, because I'd be worried. And it seems like, Peter, you're ready to like say I'm going on my own way and not asking what is it that I'm misrepresenting, because I know that I'm representing it in the right way, and I don't need to ask anything. And to me that seems a little like I wouldn't do that. If it was me, I would just really want to ask Jacques, what is it that I'm misrepresenting?
Well, if you go back and listen to what I stated and look at what I've posted, first of all, if there's a problem with something I've stated on an interview or in a document, well, it's their job to review it and to tell me directly. I haven't gotten any correspondence about anything that didn't follow his direction. I'm not some puppy dog that has to go back and run to Jacques every time anything comes up and say, oh, did I do this right? Did I do this right? I've gotten all of the scripts and everything, videos, basically approved by them in advance with few exceptions, unless they were time sensitive. I've never had any objection to any of the content. I've only praise to the content. I've been doing this for quite a while. If you think about how intense the past few years have been and the body of media that's been created. And as far as trying to go the other direction, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that I'm not willing to sacrifice the movement in and of itself to the whims of the Venus Project if they're irrational. I'm still waiting to hear what it is actually the problem. When I first sent that video to Roxanne and with the link, and I said, is this the way Jacques actually feels? That was the opening question. And I didn't get a response. I'm not going to just run out and do I'm trying to save the outrageously positive work that this group of people have been doing. And it's an insult. What they did is an insult to me. It's an insult to everyone. It's almost like debunking the zeitgeist movement is what Jacques kind of did. And the fact that they're not even bringing it up in public forum, they're not even corresponding with me or anyone really in a clear way. I mean, Noel, who's now doesn't want to have any part in this until it's some kind of resolution's met, has sent an email to Roxanne with his grievances, and Roxanne didn't even really respond. She sent literally an email, a huge treatment written by Andrew Buxton, of all people, who has been very dichotomous recently, simply forwarded an email from Andrew Buxton for Noel to read, and that was it. I find that to be particularly, standoffish and not willing to make resolution, or highly fearful. I have no idea.
Dismissive.
Dismissive. That's easy enough. So this isn't this isn't me, okay? I'm trying to do what is going to happen next. I'm perfectly willing to resolve all of this with the Venus Project if they're willing to come out and state their problems. I can adapt if it's reasonable. I'm not just going to blindly use the movement for their own fundraising. I'm sorry, I'm just not going to do that.
Can I point out something? I just want to say that if you basically say that we can handle without the Venus Project, where will people get their answers from? Where will people get the information from? It's as if, yes.
Where have people gotten their information from to begin with? I mean, can you read Jacques' book and think you know everything about a resource-based economy? Does everyone have to visit the Venus Project in Florida and spend hours and hours with Jacques to understand I'm there so many times, yet somehow I still don't understand it. Yet I've heard Jacques say the same things over and over again. I mean, what is this process? I'm not quite sure. It isn't until the companion guide was written, until the orientation video was made, until addendum was made, and now with the climax of this data, as far as I'm concerned, moving forward, I mean, what has the Venus Project produced any media in print, anything recently at all? I mean, where is the information coming from at all? That's the question I ask. It's come from the movement, okay? And I'm not saying the movement's responsible for that information. I'm saying that we have done the best job of getting this out there in a diverse way. I have painstakingly tried to take new angles. That's why Moving Forward is such an obtuse film if you look at the way I approach things. I'm trying new things and experiment, but there's nothing there that I think goes beyond the interests of the Venus Project. So I ask you, do you learn everything from Jacques, or have you got it from somebody else that supports Jacques?
Wouldn't it be
Can I
part of?
answer that?
Oh, sorry.
Yes, I don't want to interrupt. It's like an internet US meeting, and I'm not from the US. But anyway, the most change I've gone through is Jacques made this change for me. He taught me how to think, and most of the answers I got from him. This is my experience, personally.
I'm not downplaying that at all. Let me just make a quick response. I'm not downplaying that at all. Jacques changed my way of thinking dramatically, but that process of changing thought isn't only the talent of Jacques Fresco. It's simply providing important data, foundational data, and our brains begin to see the reasoning. And each one of our brains can do this, well, depending on how indoctrinated we are. I'm not downplaying any of this, and I have a tremendous, outrageous respect for Jacques, and will forever. He's an unbelievable individual, but things change and things move. Jacques is very old. I think there's a lot of ego things happening with Roxanne, a lot of fear with their establishment that's highly irrational. And there's just a lot of things that are piling up that are beginning to confuse things as far as priorities. And just to restate my general point, the information that comes from us and those that build upon that information, just as Jacques has really built upon thousands of researchers from Nikola Tesla to V.F. Skinner to everyone else that's been pointed out previously, I think, by Jen. So let's keep that in mind. We all have to become scientists in this regard and continue to build on this data. That's where the movement really resides, frankly. And then get it spread. The Venus Project isn't a social movement, by the way. They never were. And that's the problem that I saw. It's like you need people behind you, and that's why we exist as we do, and that's what will create the change, is the actual people pushing forward with the basic concentration of ideas.
The thing is that I think Tom is trying to say resource-based economy is a social invention. It's like, who would you go to talk about light bulbs? Would you go to the gas companies? It's like Jack said in one of his recent videos. No, you'd go to Edison because he's the only one who knows. And so who would you go to talk about the resource-based economy? You have to go to Jacques Fresco. You can't go to anyone else. So that's the weird stuff about this.
So
Go ahead, Peter.
Just very quickly, sorry, Neil. When Jacques dies, that's the end of it? Is that what you're saying? That no one can promote these ideas anymore? You see, it's not Jacques. I understand his rationale entirely, but the core of this that in all of my recent lectures, I've been trying to reiterate is that there, at a base level, I don't pretend to know everything Jacques does, not by any means. The base level, the logic of this ground-up management approach of the Earth's resources, the logic of using modern sociological science and scaling that out to apply to how the organization of society will work, is not something that Jacques invented. Jacques didn't invent logic. These are things that comprise basic informational unfolding. And while it's always an honor to hear someone like Jacques, who's taken so much time to compile this, he isn't the end. And I just really want to make sure that's clear. We can't get into this idea that only one person has the keys. That's very dangerous.
And this is not unusual. I mean, we're talking about an economic theory here. People didn't stop talking about Austrian theory because Mises passed away. They didn't stop talking about Marxism because Karl Marx is no longer available to talk to about it. I mean, it's an economic system. That doesn't mean that you absolutely must speak to the person who created it to understand it.
Well, even to assume that
Just sharing statistical data.
even to assume that a Venus project would occur based on critical mass, you can't wait until everyone has the education of Jacques Fresco before you can proceed, or it would never happen. So there has to be an allowance for a progressive education towards these ideas, and that's always been what the movement is. I've heard many criticisms from people that I've even taken personally about, you need to have people who know what they're talking about out there, and you need to vet them, and you need to have tests, and you need to qualify people before they represent the movement. And it's sort of a double-edged sword there. It's like, well, but that also restricts us as to how many people have access to this information. And for me, it's always been, as long as people are committed to continuing to self-educate about this direction, then they can bring people along with them. So I see nothing wrong with that, and I can understand why there would be a criticism if someone is talking about something that they don't know enough about, and we should be mindful of that all the time, even just as individuals, and maybe that is part of what Jacques was appealing to in his criticism. However, I don't think that that's a negative. I think that what the approach of having so many people be voices for the movement has been a far more positive attribute to the exposure of these ideas than a negative.
The other issue, real quick, with the whole thing about data points and gathering, I'd like to point out to everyone here that Jacques didn't, quote unquote, teach you how to think. What he did is they gave everyone here the tools on what to do, and you yourself applied them, really. When it comes down to it, that's the real issue there. And that's what people also need to remember. And as far as this goes, there's a ton of information out about egalitarian social justice, about energy management, about issues like sustainability, nanotechnology. I mean, Jacques obviously got a lot of his information probably from other sources in places where he wasn't able to do the experiments. I mean, it's obvious to state that Jacques never experimented with nanotechnology, but he read upon it, and he might have recreated some of their experiments on a very, very base level. But he doesn't have this huge, outlandish facility where he's able to test in points of nanotechnology. So even John had to actually learn this information from somebody else and from other people. And he may have even expounded upon it. And that's what we need to remember here. Ideas and notions do not originate from the person. What they do is they take information that was before them or that was contemporary with them, and they look at it and they expound upon it. That's all Jacques really did with regards to things that he wasn't able to recreate. As far as social systems, perhaps experimentation with different approaches of communication, yeah, those are his, really, and we should make sure to look into that. But he obviously took those issues and expanded upon what he had learned from communication techniques such as spiral dynamics. So remember, everyone, not everything that Jacques Fresco comes up with is his and his alone. He took these ideas from other people and expounded upon them when he wasn't able to experiment with them directly. And that's what he did. And with the other systems they was able to, he obviously enhanced them with other things. So we got to remember that. Don't get dogmatic about this idea that Jacques is the center of everything within the RB, because it's not true.
Now, I want to make one quick point, real quickly, Silvio. We also have to remember the other side of the spectrum is that, yeah, everybody, should be rising to the occasion, but please actually rise to the occasion. Brandy and I have both had problems in the past where there were people who were trying to speak for this idea and they didn't really know what they were talking about, and in many cases it would cause more harm than good. Everybody should be empowered to speak, but please do your research and really learn what you're talking about before you do, because we play damage control all over the internet from people who don't know what they're doing talking about this stuff.
VTV, can I break this? Roxanne is gonna come on TeamSpeak right now.
Nice.
Oh, this should be good.
Before she jumps, I'd like to just ask Peter this. Back in 2006, when I watched The Future by Design, the movie that changed my life, I thought, in my ignorance, these old men will die and they will transform this in another school of economy and everything will be lost in debate forever. Unfortunately, this already happened. So I would like to ask, what do you think you have to do to put this in practice? Forget about emotions. Let's forget about ideology. How
May
can
I
we
speak?
make a resource-based economy happen? This is just what I care about.
May I speak on this?
Oh yeah.
Well, my personal opinion on this is I think that we should, instead of spending money on a movie, possibly, or maybe spend some of the money on introducing technology that would maybe get rid of, like, okay, for instance, I pay $300 a month in the wintertime to keep my energy going for the heat, you know? If we can introduce like some sort of technology that would conquer that, that would, you know, make it not cost anything. Some sort of, you know, the technology's out there. We just got to make it happen, introduce it, and then the companies won't be able to afford to keep running anymore because the people will leave those companies for the technology that we put out there.
Guys, again, a quick request. If Roxanne is to come on here, please, can we try not to go over each other, etc.
Yeah,
Try to keep it
just mute everybody, mute everybody.
Gilbert, I'm not sure if this is the best thing. That Roxanne should, maybe a few of you should speak to her on the side. I don't think this is the best thing because we can't go to the Venus Project and speak, can we?
I wouldn't prefer such a situation either with everybody here in the channel, but it's not up to me. I can't make
I
that.
was gonna say, wouldn't it be nice to ask if Peter's comfortable with this before just doing it?
Exactly. I think that there's more on the line than just everybody's feelings. Everybody should be here, and I think that everything needs to come out in the open now. And and for a little bit longer. Because there's so much more.
I think this conversation should be private.
This is not the way it works. This is not the way you do things. It's really wrong.
In any case, whatever happens, please be mature about it, guys. No name calling, no stupid stuff. Okay?
Listen,
will
if
be.
this is gonna be a family and everything, I mean, I guess we need to work it out. But I mean, it's not my. I'm not gonna be involved in it. I'm just gonna listen. That's all I gotta say.
Why not?
We're here to listen, and I would suggest people refrain from lots of excess window chat and maybe even moderate the room.
Thank you.
It's really distracting.
No, you're right. You are absolutely right about that.
I'm actually kind of wholly apathetic to the whole situation. I mean, I can flex either way with whatever happens.
No, Neil should moderate. VTV should moderate.
Look, there's plenty of moderators in the room. If someone gets out of line, it can be taken care of quickly. Don't everyone get in an uproar.
No uproar, Tund.
Yeah, I was going to say this is the U.S. meeting, and Jen is usually moderating that. Everybody's just overriding here. Your meeting has now been hijacked.
It's okay. I'm adaptable. I go where the need is, and I know that this is important to a lot of people, so I'll let what needs to happen.
I'm sorry, Jen. I'm really sorry about that.
No worries.
Nice one, Jen.
Jen is like.
Say, though,
Go ahead.
All right, might I say though, I do have this weird feeling that things are going to become a lot worse with the situation, and what the feeling is between the two organizations. To be honest, that's just my personal gut feeling, and usually tends to be right.
I don't think there's anything to worry about.
Yeah, I mean, let's hold off on opinions until some communications happened here.
Yeah, this is just developed, so why are we making up our minds and our sentiments about this when this just happened, 3 days ago? Let's let it play out, see how it goes, and then you can make up your minds and sentiments and feelings in 2 weeks. That would be a lot smarter to do that.
Totally. Maybe, guys, can we sort of maybe just relax on the chat down there so we could all concentrate and be on the same page?
Yeah, good point.
Any other point while we wait so we don't become a still room?
Sure, I would like to say something. I just think it's absolutely pivotal that the Venus Project and the Zeitgeist movement all be on the same page. We're all hitting here on the, we're all going for the same goals here. It's so much easier to talk to somebody from the Zeitgeist movement compared to like somebody from church or whatnot. And I don't even see how this could be blown out of proportion. It seems like such a small thing. We should all be definitely adults about this. You know what I mean?
That's one of the reasons why I said in my last radio broadcast was that we have to recognize that like the ideas are what's important here, and that it's not as if like the resource-based economy becomes less valid because Peter and Jock might have problems communicating about one thing or another, or something's going on, whatever. Everybody acted like it was all just going to be over, like the sky was suddenly going to fall on them. And the ideas are ironically, V for Vendetta, ideas are bulletproof. Just focus on that. I don't like what's going on, but people are like adding to the problem when they were acting like it was doomsday or something. Just there's going to be problems like this. That's one of the reasons why it didn't really shock me as much as it shocked some people. I've been an activist for a long time. This sort of stuff happens in large organizations of any type all the time, and it's important to stay focused on the purpose of why we're all here. The original progenitors of the communist movement or the Austrian movement are all dead. It didn't mean that either of those movements are gone. Mises is not participating in the Austrian movement anymore. Did the Austrian movement end? No, it didn't. Because it's about their theories, their ideas.
But didn't it add to
Okay,
the
they're here.
confusion
Hey,
and
hey,
the
hey, hey,
interpretation?
hey, they're here. Maybe Neil, you invite them into the room. They're not in here yet. They're right above us. I mean.
All right.
Oh, while we wait, I'd like to ask Peter a question about
Not now.
Whoa, man, slow down.
Not now.
Yeah, if you have a
So-
question, just ask him in like PM.
We have people in the room with uncontrollable desires to keep punching in and keep writing. Unbelievable.
Is that you, Hans?
It was I.
I'm sorry, was I supposed to not talk?
We're trying to get the room quiet so they can come in and say their piece without a lot of side conversations.
Okay, sorry.
This is not chapter meeting, Chibi, so it will not be archived for the same.
Yeah, good idea, because I can see a lot of trolls actually taking advantage of this.
Oh my god, would you please stop calling them trolls? They're human beings who, whether they are or not fucked up, they're human beings. Please quit calling them trolls. That's really getting old.
Is that okay? The Zygo's movement meeting. That's the way it works.
Oh no, I can't word it right. I was just trying to be funny, and they wanna be clear on the.
I know what you're doing.
Man, you're
I know
so mean.
Gilbert, I know exactly what you're doing. How are you, Gilbert, by the way?
I'm doing very well. It seems that today we'll see the sunrise.
Many times.
So
We just had some technical problems. It looks like they're worked out now. So.
We are in room.
do I smell regret?
Pardon?
I'm kidding.
Roxanne, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess if you wanted to talk or something, now would be the time.
Okay, thanks. Jacques wanted to be here, but he's sleeping. I just wanted to say that we really appreciate what many of the members have done to advocate the Venus Project. We think it's time to have the people who want to advocate the direction of the Venus Project under the umbrella of the Venus Project. The Zeitgeist movement was originally talked about with Peter and myself and Jacques after Zeitgeist Addendum, but since then it has been essentially, as far as we can see, Peter's movement and Peter's direction. We feel that the direction of the Zeitgeist movement is going in another direction than what we want to go in. We feel that the Venus Project knows where we want to go, and we feel things need to be done. If people want to advocate the Venus Project, then we invite them to come and join us, work with us, but we cannot do it under the umbrella of a different organization that it's taking its own course and not working with us in many things. And so we invite you to join us, those who want to advocate the Venus Project. If you want to stay with the Zeitgeist movement, that's fine, but we're asking that you do not use our materials, you don't use our pictures, you don't use our things, because it's not, we don't have a say in how it's being advocated, and we're keeping things now under the Venus Project.
Thank you for that.
If nobody's going to speak, and I think maybe Peter perhaps should speak first, but if Peter, if you don't want to say anything, then I'd like to carry on. Okay, then I'll take that as an okay. Roxanne, I have absolutely no idea what it is you're talking about. As far as I'm concerned, and I've been, I guess, part of the UK movement almost from the start. There were 25 of us back in 2008-ish. We started on a ning.com site, and it's grown ever since. But my point of view is that the Zeitgeist movement and the Venus Project are almost one cohesive unit, have always been so. I've spent many hours on the streets talking to individuals with no knowledge of either directions, and I've almost always advocated a resource-based economy based around the Venus Project and the scientific method for social concern. So how or why you'd want to come on here trying to separate the two, I'm lost. I completely just don't understand that one bit. So maybe you'd like to elaborate on that.
Because we really haven't been directing the Zeitgeist movement. And we feel before it runs into the ground, because we feel that there is not enough understanding of where it's going and how to get to where we want it to get to and keep the integrity of what it is, then we feel it needs to be run under the Venus Project if those want to work for the Venus Project. But I don't know what the Zeitgeist movement is at this point. It's advocating, what it advocates is what we are talking about, but it doesn't know enough to get there as far as we're concerned. So it's taking its own course, it's going in different directions, and we don't want to be subservient to that. We want to make sure the integrity is kept, and I appreciate all the work that people have done in this regards for the Venus Project, but it hasn't been, the Zeitgeist movement is not the Venus Project. The Venus Project is the Venus Project. For those who want to work on the Venus Project, we ask that they join us. If you have loyalties elsewhere, then you know, whatever you feel you want to do, but we're asking people who want to work on the Venus Project, we need to keep it under the Venus Project. And that's the bottom line. If you want to join with us, please do. We want to make sure that it's going in the direction we feel will be most appropriate to achieve these ends, and it can't be done under someone else.
Hi, Roxanne. I have.
Whoa, sorry.
Cut it up. Hold up, guys.
Sorry
Hold
about
on,
that.
hold on. Brandy wanted to ask a question. Please let her do so first. And then if
Can-
you want to
can-
talk
Bran-
next, then please message me so that we don't all do this all over top of each other, okay?
Sure. Okay. Yeah, Brandy, do you want to come? I was just going to ask you exactly what it is. You need to be perhaps a little bit more specific, Roxanne, what it is, where it is you think the Zeitgeist movement is going wrong. But yield to Brandy. Coming in, Brandy.
Hi, Roxanne. I just wanted to ask if you could be direct and concise as to, I understand you're saying that you want people to work with the Venus Project, but I think it's important to everybody here, both in the Zeitgeist movement and those quote unquote loyal to the Venus Project, to understand exactly what you mean. And I mean from a physical sense. Do you mean physically visiting the Venus Project more regularly? And if that's the case, I'm not really sure how we can expect people to do that on a regular basis if they don't have the finances. But I mean, that's really more of a separate issue. I guess my main question is, how you would articulate exactly what it is that you want us to do differently than what we have been doing. And I know there's various avenues that we can go into as far as the way certain behaviors or advocation habits can change, but if you could be more specific as to what exactly, for example, starting tomorrow, what exactly is it differently that you want us to be doing? Does that make sense?
We are going to have things on the Venus Project website that people can get involved in. Some of it would be activism. People could help in any way they can. We're going to have a list of ways that people can help to further the direction of the Venus Project. And if you'd like to join with us, join different groups. Some of it will be like teams on the Zeitgeist members movement, but not exactly that. We're engaged in specific direction and things, that activities that we have. And if you'd like to join us in that, then please do come to our website. We'll have it set up, if not tomorrow, then very shortly. We've always asked people to come and visit. If you'd like to do that, to learn more about the Venus Project, that can be done too. That's not a requirement to come here. But if you'd like to, that's fine, to learn more about it. But that's what we're advocating.
Okay, so just to make sure I'm clear on your answer, technically, if the Zeitgeist movement members wanted to continue in that direction with what you're describing as of right now, you wouldn't have a problem with that necessarily.
Continue working and advocating the Venus Project, is that what you're saying? Not through another
of what you're describing, as in if there was a change in behavior, if you were to, for example, put up a list of steps specifically that we needed to take, read The Best the Money Can't Buy, use these specific flyers and materials, reference this type of information, whatever the list of steps would be, if we were to actually go to the website and sort of restructure the how-to of what we're doing and actually follow specific steps and things like that to try to hone in on the direction that you're advocating in a better way, then would that be okay with you, or does my question make sense?
I'm not sure I know exactly, but yes, that's what we're going to do, but through the Venus Project. We don't want to go through another organization saying that they're advocating this when we have very little say in it, and we have very little say in the direction that it'll take. It's taking a different direction that we can't uphold. We can't say it's the direction of the Venus Project, because it isn't. And for it to be, it has to be done under the Venus Project. So we invite people to come work with us through our site and working with us directly.
Okay, the next person up was Miles.
Hi, Roxanne. I appreciate you coming in here, especially under these circumstances. I mean, in terms of the Zeitgeist movement, it is full of a lot of people who do know a lot about it, maybe not to the extent that you would like them to. But also at the same time, there are a lot of people in the movement who join it, and literally their understanding is they think the resource-based economy is a good idea, and they haven't educated themselves enough. So I do agree there are issues there, but that can be dealt with. But the notion that promotion should be done through the Venus Project, I guess that is where I'm starting to have trouble sort of understanding this, because at the moment we have a movement who are willing to channel traffic and exposure towards the Venus Project. And I feel with what you're proposing, doing it just through the Venus Project, you're kind of suggesting that you and Jacques are happy to speak to every person on this planet to spread the word. And I just feel that's kind of taken a step backwards.
We don't think so. The Zeitgeist movement has become its own entity in a way, in different ways, that it's advocating different things that, quite frankly, after the Zeitgeist Addendum was done and we talked about the direction of the movement, that's the last time we've had any direct say in where it goes or what it does or things like that. Peter has talked to us and perhaps felt that he clued us in on things. Many times when we've tried to say certain things, I know he mentioned that he shows us all all the work or all his films beforehand. This isn't exactly true. We saw the last film a few days before it came out, and I made a suggestion and it was put down pretty heavily. It's very difficult for us to have to go through somebody else to try and get anything achieved, and especially when we don't have much of a say in that. We feel it's time to take the activist portion and take people who want to work towards the Venus Project and work with us directly. We can't go through a third party where we are not participants in it and make that work to be what we're advocating. It's just not working like that. It's being taken off in different directions, and it's something else. It's not the Venus Project. We can't have it go into something else and say it is the Venus Project. We can't promote it and say it's the activist arm in the Venus Project when we feel it isn't. That's the bottom line. So we're asking people to work with us with that directly, and that is what we're asking. Yes.
Just as a quick follow-up question, the thing I find difficult with this is, people are going to be talking about the Venus Project, whether they're in the Zeitgeist movement or not. I think when it comes to activism, the brand isn't what's important, it's the values that we advocate. And if the Venus Project has a movie made, there are going to be people that come out of the cinema, or as you call in the US, the movies, talking about it, and I think, would you rather have just singular people who aren't accountable to a particular movement directing people to the Venus Project, or would you rather have a movement that you actually have a good contact with and actually give some guidance to them and have them actually have a much more controlled way of guiding people to the resources that will actually educate them to the solutions that will help us deal with the world's problems of today? But that's a question. Thank you.
No, we don't want to go through a second party to advocate this direction, which we have very little say in. We want to have it done under the Venus Project. It would be controlled, it would be worked through the Venus Project, not through another party that takes it and does things with it as they wish. This is not the Venus Project, it's the Zeitgeist movement. So if we're advocating something, either you're advocating the Zeitgeist movement, which you say is the activist arm of the Venus Project. What you are promoting as a solution is the Venus Project. If it's not clearly the Venus Project, if it's going off in different directions that we can't deal with and we're uncomfortable with, then it's not the Venus Project. And we need to have it all under one umbrella, and this is what we're going to do. So, as I mentioned before, if you want to work for the Venus Project, please come and work with us. If you want to stay with the Zeitgeist movement, we're asking that you do not use our materials, you do not use our drawings, you do not, use our things, and work with us directly and use our things that way. Then we have a better understanding of what it's for, and we know it's going towards the direction that Jacques has originally prescribed and laid out.
Roxanne, just because this question keeps getting asked in the chat for clarification on one of the earlier questions, could you be specific as to what directions you feel the Zeitgeist movement is going in that the Venus Project does not approve of?
There are many things along the way. We're not interested in having somebody else direct the Venus Project. We want to make sure it's organized and followed through the way it was designed to be. We're not interested in going to. We have the designs for the future. We have the blueprints. We have a lot of things. Say, for instance, we're not interested in going and asking other people, asking scientists to come up and showing designs and advocating showing designs in a resource-based economy. They can't do this. They haven't been trained for that. They come out of typical schools. They would have to be coordinated at this time under Jacques if we're going to do something like that. We're not interested, the Venus Project is not interested in presenting the designs and the blueprints for and showing them to the rest of the world. This is just one. We're not interested in that. Jacques started this way. He designed aircraft, and the Army took it and bombed quicker and faster. It's like casting pearl before swine. We're not interested in that. We would work, if we worked with countries or people who are interested, we'd share the technical ideas. We're not interested in doing things and say, look what we can do, here's what we have. We have the technical designs and the technology to do this, but we are, as I mentioned, we're not interested in presenting that now. There are several other things that we are not organizing this. And if it is the Venus Project, it has to be organized under the Venus Project. Otherwise, it just does not represent this direction. I'm sorry. It represents certain aspects of this direction, but not fully.
Well,
Jen
consider
Wilding is
collaboration.
next. Jen Wilding is next.
No. Han Solo is next at VTV.
Oh, you're right. Sorry. Go ahead, man. I apologize.
Thank you, buddy. No problem. Roxanne, my question to you, I do have a point, and I'm going to make a very quick point, but I do have a real point that I want to make because I think what's being done here, there's a very good understanding of it for those that have had militancy for a long time. But what I'm going to ask you is, everybody that is saying the things that they're writing down there, which is they're printing and putting things out, if it weren't for Zeitgeist Addendum, nobody would be talking about Venus Project. So it is the work that has been done through the eyes and the lens of Peter Joseph and what has now expanded into a mass mobilization that has given birth to the Zeitgeist movement in connection with the Venus Project. My question to you, and I have a follow-up point, is did you and Jack ask to be part of the Zeitgeist movement?
I don't know what that means. Did we ask to be part of the Zeitgeist movement? The Zeitgeist movement is supposedly the activist arm of the Venus Project, but we don't have much say in that. And nor do we want it to be done under a second party.
Roxanne, you don't have to repeat yourself. The reason for asking it, to make decisions on Zeitgeist movement, you have to be part of that organization. It's an organization in construction, so that's why I'm asking you, did you ask to be involved in the Zeitgeist movement?
To me, that's a ridiculous question. Who do I have to ask? Who am I subservient to in this? Do I ask you? I don't know what you're talking about.
I think he's
Okay,
just
great.
suggesting that you should participate. That's all. Is that what you're trying to say, Han Solo?
No. She made a point in her answer. That's not a problem. She can whatever she answers. But there's another thing that you're doing. This is a Zeitgeist meeting, right, Roxanne? You've come in and you've been with us for the number of years that you've been with us. Do you think that this is the format to come in and solicit people to come and join you? Don't you think maybe you could have come here, Roxanne, and said that you cannot function anymore and you're going to stop, but you cannot come here and also solicit within a movement and to solicit people to come and join you? It's almost like a slap in the face to everybody that's sitting here. This is not infantile stuff.
She was invited here.
Well, that
not get
understand the
guys.
point.
Well, that
understand the point made.
Well, that kind of proves my point. But I don't mind leaving. I said what I wanted to say. And again, I really appreciate those who are interested in the Venus Project and want to work with it. And we invite you to come and work with us. Okay? Thank you. That's about all I have to say.
You do not have to leave. It was one individual's point, and everybody's responding to this in their own way. So that was not enough.
There are people here who still want to hear what you have to say, Roxanne. Jen was next to ask a question.
Well, Roxanne, thanks for coming in and clarifying things. I just want to say that so many volunteers have been a part of this effort. And I guess what sort of pains me in this situation is that I want you to know, and Jacques to know, that if you had had any specific issues, that we would have been happy to put forth your expectations. If it was something different than what we were doing, I wouldn't want you to walk away from this thinking that you didn't have an ear here in our movement. And yeah, I knew we were a separate entity, and I have an understanding that if we were going out of control, why you would want to pull back and have more control of that. But I do want you to know that there are ears here to listen to your feedback and who would be willing to make adjustments in that way. And there always have been. And I too want to just put forth part of the reason why so many people are emotional about this, including myself, obviously, is that the direction of the chapters and myself as a USA coordinator has been, for me, keeping a focus on just making people aware about the Venus Project and specifically Jacques Fresco's work. And I hope that we have succeeded in that and that we did not fail in that. In my view, we have succeeded in that in a big way. And I don't think that has dropped off. I think it's actually picked up. So I just wanted to make that statement because we're in a time where even more people are coming to this direction, and now it seems like we may be restricted in getting information out. I know that you want people to join your organization, then it becomes attached to a commercial venture, which is something that has actually been part of the attraction to our movement, is that it wasn't attached to that. So I want you to consider that as well, that I would hope that you would be open to allowing us to continue to use your materials, and if someone is using them in some wrong way, to feel free to call them out on that, because I know the people in this room would be open to being called out on that.
You know, I appreciate how you feel, and I really do tremendously appreciate everything that people have been doing to help push the Venus Project. And I know it's been going on all over. And the hurt you feel is hurt I have felt for a long time now in regards to how we feel in relation to this, what's been happening with us. And we don't want to do it anymore. So I can't, it's like us telling the Atlantis City Project that they can use our drawings and renderings. We can't. We ask people if they want to push the Venus Project, then join the Venus Project and do it with us. But I can't do it through a third party, second party, whatever it is, anymore. We are finished with that. I don't want to lend our material to something that doesn't really, in the long run, represent us as we feel it should be. And this, that's all I can say. I wish you would join us if you really are interested in the Venus Project. So it just can't be called something else anymore. It's got to be under the Venus Project.
Did you have a follow-up, or should I move on to the next speaker, Jen?
I guess for me, the only function of the Zeitgeist movement, I mean, yes, we did use Peter's films as a tool, but the only function that I've been a part of has been directing people to the Venus Project. So to say how that's not in line with the Venus Project doesn't jive with me, and I think is why you're getting that question again and again. So I guess it's just that you have a certain way of you want to do things, and maybe it's things that we aren't aware of yet, but that can't be done in this current structure. So that's all that I can think is what you're putting forth. So.
we want to have a say in what's going on. And I'm not just talking about the commercial venture. Yes, we're doing a commercial venture, and we need support in that. We think that is an important thing. Peter doesn't, that's fine, but I don't want it squelched either. I don't want to have to ask somebody if we can do something when it's the activist arm of the Venus Project. And it's not just that. It's been many other things along the line. It started a long time ago, and that's just one portion that built up to it. This is a very important movie to us, and for somebody to say it won't happen, you can't happen, you won't get the money, I'm sorry, maybe we won't, but we're going to try, and it's something we've always wanted to do. We're not depending on the Zeitgeist movement to make this movie happen. We have many other connections that we're using and we're going to, and it's coming along beautifully. And it's like saying, I'm sorry, you can't make the airplane, it won't happen. Well, this is bullshit, and I don't want somebody representing the Venus Project who is putting us down like that. Maybe he had experience in the field, but that's not enough for me. We're going ahead with that. We're going ahead with that, and we're going ahead with many other things and directing it how we see fit. It is a commercial venture. We live in the monetary system. Otherwise, we're carrying the whole thing ourselves. We are going out to getting other sources of funding. A lot of the funding that you see up there already is from other people. It's not all from the Zeitgeist movement. It's from other connections that we had privately, and there'll be more coming for that. This is a film that we feel is important, and I don't want to have to report to somebody else who isn't helping in this way in the direction that we would like to move under.
I get that. What I want to add about the movie portion is I don't know anybody that squelched it, but what I can say is that from Peter and people in the industry, it was instead suggested that people pursue investors with deeper pockets, then make money a focus of the chapters while we're trying to introduce a resource-based economy. So I think it was not squelching the project, but offering a different way of achieving something to catapult it into a way that would have more impact. That's the only feedback I'm aware of.
Oh, we're doing that. We're not expecting the Zeitgeist movement to pay for it. The total project is a large sum of money. If we don't get it, we'll be doing an independent film. But we are still in the monetary system, and to have certain things done, it will take money all through the process of this. If people want to support that, and then that's fine. We're not making it mandatory. Then it's put on one person to do it. It's just like it was put on Peter to do the films himself. If it's a joint venture towards an end, then there's certain things that we should work towards together. Otherwise, you put it on that person to do themselves. We do need help even to get this started, and a lot of people were very, very grateful to be able to participate in it. They loved it. We get comments from all these people who really thanked us for doing it, and they wanted to be a part of it. So I don't see it that way. We don't see it that way.
Next person up was Voice of Reason. And also, don't poke me when you want to talk. Give me a PM, a private message, because I can't keep track of all the people poking me, because pokes are only up for a few seconds.
Well, that's good to know then. At any rate, Roxanne, if I may say, I have usually been I have for the most part anyways, been a supporter of the Venus Project and the Zeitgeist movement, and I have maintained a certain intermarriage, if you would, with the two. And whenever I describe the Zeitgeist movement, I usually describe it in the context of, well, do you know what the Venus Project is? That's basically what the Zeitgeist movement is. And that's how I've approached it in that regard, but also as an individual within regards to specific things that I believe that the Venus Project may necessarily lack in certain aspects. I would point to other organizations as well with regard to with regard to the things that your organization, the Venus Project particularly, might lack, but I said that these are complementary. So I think what the issue here is that you're viewing these promotion of other ideas more or less as antithetical rather than viewing them as complementary. And I think that's what the real issue is, and at least that's what I'm seeing at least. Do you think that that might be the possibility of what's causing this fragmentation?
I think the fragmentation is that it's fragmented. I don't have Greenpeace advocating the Venus Project and directing where it goes, and the Venus Project not having any say in what Greenpeace does with the Venus Project. This is the way I see it.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, folks, I'm going to be giving talk power once again. Please PM me, don't poke me. The next person up was Jason. Let me enable his mic. Go ahead, Jason. Or did I enable you? I thought I did. This is why I didn't want to do it this way.
He isn't enabled yet.
Go ahead and enable him then. Go ahead, Jason.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Hi, Roxanne. It's Jason in Los Angeles.
Hi, Jason.
Hey, pretty emotional evening. I just, I guess if there was an oversight for me on a personal level, it was an inability as a volunteer to this direction to maybe reach out a little bit more and to be in communication. That I understand a lot of your why you're making the decision you're making. For what I've always advocated, that it's about the educational imperatives, and just want you to know that that's what's been the most important thing for me is people come to the movement, at least in my circles, and it's about the best that money can't buy, and it's about their attraction was emotional connection through Peter's work on an artistic level, but the educational imperatives, the looking forward, all the essays that are published. I'm constantly attacked that this is impossible, just as you are, and in the face of it, the reasoning behind the ideas is not lost on me, and it's an honor to be able to promote this direction, and I just want you to know that there are people out there that support this direction as an educational movement, not a doing things movement, because we're not money based. We are not a corporation. I don't get paid. I do this in my spare time because I see the logic behind it. And I just want to let you know there's stellar work done on a global scale to try to engage people and speak on your behalf. And I have a feeling that you might have been exposed because your phone number is published to a lot of noise, as I call it. But that's really the movement's not about the noise. Anyway, I'll just end it with that. Thanks.
No, I want to say again that we deeply appreciate people who are trying to help toward this direction, and we hope they'll still work with us. That's all I can say. We invite them to work with us directly.
I'm done, V. You can move on.
Okay, I was just gonna ask. All right, the next one up was Silvio. Are you still here? Oh, let me go enable you. Where is he still here? Yeah, there he is. Hold on.
I was muted, I didn't notice that.
You're good. Go ahead.
Yes, I see that what we have here is a bad management issue, and I'd like to say to both Roxanne and for Peter Joseph that maybe it would be wise for us to save our decisions for a later moment. Do not decide nothing now, and give a second try to this whole thing. It's not intelligent to do this split right now and to abandon all the efforts where they are so drastically as I see it will happen. And I'd like to state that this is a common pitfall that organizations step into when they are bad managed, and I am up to help both organizations if they wish with consuls. I have written a document I have passed to Peter, and I have said many times before for him to read and consider that tips of how the Zeitgeist could solve this problem. And for you, Roxana, I would like to say that the Venus Project should think about a second chance. Please think about second chance. Give us a time. Maybe we can solve the problems. Let us clarify all the problems that contributed to this decision, to this split, and so we can see what happens. If the Zeitgeist fails the Venus Project again, then it would be considered a rational decision. But please, a second chance.
I, I, I would say the second chance is working with us directly. I'm not dissolving what anybody wants to do. They're saying they want to advocate the Venus Project, then let's continue advocating the Venus Project, but under the Venus Project, not under something else. I don't know how many times to say that. I'm inviting you in rather than closing the door, and I feel, but it needs to be under the direction we see it should go in, where we have where we have participation. That's the way we feel.
Okay. Just to give you guys another little heads up, this has always been a pet peeve of mine during Q&As. I know everybody really wants to express themselves, but don't sound off for long periods of time, and that's not directed at anyone in particular. Get the questions out, because it's 11:30, and Roxanne's on the same time zone as I am. There are a lot of people here from other countries, so we need to be kind of direct and to the point so that we can be efficient in our speaking time. That being said, the next speaker is JS42UK. Let me enable your mic. One of the mods is faster than me. Go for it.
Okay, Roxanne. Two questions in general then. Firstly, it's my understanding that excuse me, it's very late. It's 20 to 5 here in the UK in the morning, but it's my understanding that Peter's forwarded you virtually everything that was necessary, excluding time-sensitive material, for your authorization. So I'd like you to explain a little bit more, in a little bit more detail what it is that you apparently think that the Venus Project is not, sorry, the Zeitgeist Movement is not advocating your direction on. We'll go with that for one.
Peter has done a lot of great writing, but Peter cannot carry things through to the extent that it could be carried through under the Venus Project. Jacques is the one that arrived at this material. He knows more about a lot of things than Peter does, although I don't think Peter feels that way. And I don't think Peter felt that way from the beginning when he organized this, from some things that I've read. And we want to keep the integrity of this, and we want to make sure things are done according to the findings that Jacques arrived at. So this is what we'd like to do. We'd like to make sure it's done under the direction of Jacques and the Venus Project, if it is the Venus Project. I don't want to hand it over to somebody who takes things in their direction. As I mentioned, I don't want to repeat myself over and over again, but some things were given to us to read. We had comments, and when a lot of times when we made those comments, I ended up apologizing because I didn't get much cooperation with certain responses. I don't want to apologize anymore. We want to take it, and we want to take it in the direction that we feel is most appropriate. We appreciate the things that Peter has done. I know he brought the name of Jacques and the Venus Project to the public, but it doesn't mean that he can take it and direct it. That's it.
Under no circumstances, Roxanne, I've ever tried to take this direction and direct it, and you know that for a fact. Every element of the movement has been groups of people going out across the world, organizing themselves to bring a focus to a resource-based economy, hence the Venus Project. I think you clearly don't even understand what the point of the movement was to begin with. The reason it's called the Zeitgeist Movement and not something related to the Venus Project is because my hope was to extend this to something a little bit broader while keeping the core focus of a resource-based economy. So other activists might come in under the umbrella to say, yes, well, we work with Greenpeace, but yet I think it's time we look at the larger problem, which is the socioeconomic system. And that's where this came to be. So your insinuation of all of this with respect to some control attribute or me taking things over is, well, complete bullshit, and you know it. I'm tired of listening to all of this shit coming from you guys with respect to this egoism that you have now. I've done nothing but selflessly promoted you guys over and over and over and over and fucking over again. And my emotional disdain now for this slap in the face, all because really in the end, because I won't support your $20 to $30 million movie, all because I literally said I would, simply suggested that you guys simply not pose this on the community because this is a bunch of poor people that are trying to help you, and this ridiculous put all eggs in one basket. This is ridiculous, and it's going to fail. And I said that to you because I mean it, because you're not going to raise that money from anyone in the community, except when you get a director and a real investor behind it. So I really, really strongly suggest, for the sake of your own integrity, stop putting people down that are trying to help you, and that's all anyone here has ever tried to do. If you want to have the egoism, to have the Venus Project as the hub and put Jacques Fresco on the pedestal and let everyone go to hell if they don't agree with everything that you guys want to do from top to bottom, that's your decision. But do not conflate the issue with it being somehow the wrong direction. This has always been the Venus Project direction from the very, very beginning. I have sent you everything that was relevant to this movement from the very beginning, from the PDF and everything else, for your approval. The only disagreement out of maybe 3 you've ever had to content have been only with respect to how Jacques is credited. That was your grievance with respect to Zeitgeist moving forward. You said, oh, the city system section doesn't have Jacques as a high point. I said, listen, there are going to be hundreds of on-screen credits that say the Venus Project, designed by the Venus Project. So you really, both of you, need to step back and stop fucking people over that are trying to help you. And I'm sorry to be pissed off, but you've really insulted myself and a big portion of people, and I can't stand to see all of this work go down the drain because of this egoistic bullshit, which is exactly what it is.
Well, I disagree with that entirely, but I just disagree with it. That's all I can say, Peter. It's not about that. It's not about just asking for money. We have always just been working in our own direction, and the Zeitgeist movement was working in its own direction, and we will continue to work in this direction. And those who want to join us, please do.
The Zeitgeist movement has no direction. The Zeitgeist movement is here to promote the Venus Project and a resource-based economy. We don't do anything on our own. We are simply a group of people trying to help move the world into a better place. And I don't understand how this became so complicated. And frankly, all I can think of is because of my emotional disposition. I haven't been able to travel there over the course of the past few months. I wasn't able to make it as fast as I wanted to. Couple that with the fact that I have publicly stated I'm not comfortable with your fundraising. That is the only thing. In January, when I saw you guys, you could have easily sat me down and said, listen, we're uncomfortable with this, this, and this. And you think I would, what, I'm going to ignore you? Do you think I'm just not going to listen to you and do my own thing? At no point has anyone said to me directly, Peter, we're concerned about this. We really need you to address this. Or we want to be more involved in this. You haven't even stated that at one point. Never.
Whoa. Okay. Roxanne, I'd like to just come back and mention that me and you had a conversation on Skype probably last year, and you may not remember. I don't expect you to remember. Speak to a lot of people, but one of my criticisms, if you will, was that the fact that the Venus Project doesn't seem to be working with any other organisations. And in fact, I spoke to you about Jeremy Rifkin at that point, and I have to admit, and I'm not trying to take sides here, but I have to admit that the feedback that I got was that was a very sort of superiority sort of feeling, if you will, and but it's curious because you emailed me back about 2 weeks later. Asking me if I'd made contact with Jeremy Rifkin, and I had, and I'd mentioned the Venus Project to him, and apparently you mentioned at that point that Jacques had now read his book and wanted to make contact with Jeremy, and I forwarded you some information and emails for you to do that. All that's kind of besides the point in many respects, but I have to admit that the feeling that I got when I first spoke to you on Skype was that it was your way or the highway sort of thing, and that was a little bit disappointing. And Peter's just explained himself very articulately, and I have to agree with him. You've had every opportunity to discuss any problems that you felt that the Zeitgeist movement wasn't moving in any specific direction, and as Peter said, none of that's happened. So this is really gobsmacking for me personally, and many other members. We've advocated the Venus Project for many years. I have personally as well. I can only reiterate what I said in the first place, that I had no idea really what it is you're talking about, and it's just completely gobsmacking. And Neil, you can turn my mic off. I'm done. I think the conversation here, unfortunately, is done. Thanks.
Okay. The next person up was Jonathan Bird. Unless you had anything to say, Roxanne.
No, and we tried to make contact with Jeremy Rifkin and several times, and it didn't come through. We would love to make contact with Jeremy Rifkin.
Okay. If somebody gets him to before me, Jonathan Bird is the next person up. Sorry about the slowness. There's a lot of frickin' people in here.
I have nothing to ask.
All right, go ahead, Jonathan.
I think he said that he has nothing to ask, Neil.
Oh, okay. Thank you. The next one up is J.C. Denton. Having trouble finding him. There he is. J.C. Denton, your mic is open.
Okay, Roxanne, I wanted to ask you this. Wasn't the Venus project based on? Wait a second. Wasn't supposed to be based on the scientific method to arrive at conclusions, you know? And if because I talked to Peter and he exposed his arguments on how raising funds for the movie was illogical. You wouldn't get the money from poor people, and I agree with him. I saw the logic in what he was saying, but I can see the logic on what you're doing right now. It doesn't seem to be efficient to be logical on how to do it. So I know you explained your arguments on why you took that decision, but aren't we supposed to come to a helping conclusion, a connection between that will benefit us both, the Venus Project and the Psychos movement? And after all, you know, it's the same, because you say, well, you can't use our things that we ask you not to do, but it's not your things. Those things are universal scientific concepts. You can't hold ownership on them.
I'm talking about the drawings and the models and things like that.
Yeah, well, those concepts still, well, maybe not the secret city, you know, and those things, but come on, they're beneficial for the people. They are already all on the open. If we must use logic, we have it, you know, whenever we want to.
It's, you know, I'm not telling you what to do within the movement, but we're not advocating a movement. We want to advocate the Venus Project directly, and we're not lending out those pictures and drawings and designs to another organization now. I'm not asking, you know, if you want to work with this, I don't know how many more times I need to say it, but, you know, come and work with us. I know there's a lot of people that might not want to, that are hurt, that see it in a different way, but this is what we feel is important now.
Yeah, but Roxanne, why do you guys want to be in control? I mean, don't you want to share the control? Don't you want to explain to us what's the best thing to do? Don't you want to expose all your next movements and say this is what we're gonna do? Do you agree? If you don't, why you don't? Isn't that logical thing to do?
You know, a lot of people will be taking control in a lot of different ways with what we're doing too. You know, within the Venus Project, this isn't about that kind of control, but I mean, this is it. We don't feel we can patch things now, so this is pretty much all I have to say with it. And I guess I don't want to keep repeating myself, but this is all we can do at this time. So again, I leave the door open. If you want to work with us, do.
Well, just last thing. Well, I don't feel compelled to, you know. I just don't. When you say join us or don't use our things, I say see the logic in what we're doing and then join us. Or by example, you know.
We've tried that for a long time, and this is what it's come to with us. So
Well, for the sake of the argument, I ask everyone here on this room to check the arguments of the Venus Project on the movie and the fundraising. They're just not logical. They're not getting the movie done without unless it gets picked up. I don't know if it's going to. I hope so, but it's difficult to ask poor members to. Okay, that someone says enough. Okay.
you know, I'm not asking members who are poor to do this. It's a voluntary thing in terms of this particular thing. We're not asking them to fund the whole thing. We were doing seed money to try and take it to a certain point. If you don't want to help in that, you don't have to help in that. There are many members that did want to help in that, but that's all we're asking, and that's it. I'm going to sign off now. I'm going to go back up to the house, and I mean, we can.
Can we again another time?
Yeah, you can. You know, we're accessible by phone. We're accessible. We'll probably have certain meetings on the Venus Project, or where people can join in, or you know, we're just organizing it right now, so you can check back. And
Okay.
and I'm sure a lot of people won't work with us. That's fine, but I know that there are a lot of people that want to. So we're accessible.
Yeah. Well,
All right,
thanks.
Roxanne. Thank you for coming and for answering the questions of those interested, and of course, good luck with any efforts that you are going to undertake.
Okay, I'm sorry to the folks who were in line, but there was a lot of people in here, so. But as she pointed out, getting a hold of the Venus Project is not difficult. I mean, I got a hold of them just by picking up a telephone. You know, they do answer their emails and they do answer their phone, so.
They just don't answer questions.
That's uncalled for.
I think she didn't make any sense of what she said. I think
guys,
it was just an attack to Peter and not to the movement itself. That's why they don't make sense.
Well, I just thought
Okay,
it was bullshit.
the lady came in here at like 11 at night to talk to everybody. You may not agree with what she said, and I understand. Just don't be rude.
I think
Well,
I think you missed the point. It's not a matter of being rude. Hold on one second.
Go ahead.
The thing is,
No, hold on one second, please. She cannot come here, VTV, and do what she did. This is an absolute disrespect. She can come here and say she can no longer work, but she cannot recruit in our meeting. And you accepted it, and you guys don't understand the difference, and that's why we're here today. This is
I
totally
agree with
wrong,
you.
what she
I
did.
agree with you.
Don't get
You're just
irrational.
proving your point.
Yeah, don't get angry.
Hold on. Okay, everybody be quiet for a moment. My point is this. Okay, cooler heads prevail. I'm not saying I disagree with you. I'm not saying I agree with you. The point is, though, is that, as you'll notice, Peter didn't really say a lot during this meeting. You can demonstrate things through properly asked questions in the right calm tone. And then if somebody else at that point says something wrong, it becomes incredibly clear to everybody in the room. When you start getting angry, maybe slinging insults, then you basically at that point have tainted the quality of the information, and then people are thinking about your insults. They're not thinking about what Roxanne is thinking. They're not thinking about what you're thinking. If you're trying to achieve clarity of thought, the best way to do it is to keep your cool, ask good, structured questions, follow-up questions, just like Brandy did, just like a lot of the other people who did here tonight, and that's how you're going to get the information you want. If you're offended, I understand, but being offended is not going to get the information, that we need. That's all it is. And if you can't control yourself, you're getting upset. Like Peter removed himself from the conversation because he knew that he wasn't going to be able to contribute constructively. We're here to communicate and actually get somewhere. If you guys want to send them nasty emails or something and waste everybody's time with that, rather than wasting everybody's time with it here, I understand. I'm not saying I'm not trying to trivialize your feelings. I'm not trying to say that you have no right to be offended. I'm just trying to say that this is a meeting. There were a lot of people here who've been staying up a long time, and we need to conduct ourselves well during the meeting to facilitate good, clear conversation, free of emotional bullshit. That's all.
I do have a comment. I think I agree with Hans. Well, first of all, and but besides that point, that was disrespectful, of her coming in and doing the recruiting. I really feel used, because I really feel that there's been a lot of, obviously, a huge disconnect, a huge miscommunication between, obviously, Peter and Roxanne. I don't know who's been holding back. To me, it seems like it's been more from the part of the Venus Project itself, Roxanne and Jax. And now, I guess it is clear and obvious to me that they already have their idea set and the decision has been made. I mean, we can call it the official divorce of what we knew as the Zeitgeist Movement and the Venus Project.
Totally.
Which I thought it was the perfect marriage. The perfect, or not marriage, but the perfect, well, I wouldn't call it perfect, right? Because nothing is perfect, right? But let's say the ideal partnership. Anyway, so my point and my final point is, and it's a question, do they have any knowledge about what grassroots is? Do they have any structure as far as, similar to what the Zeitgeist Movement was doing? Because obviously they are, pretty much pushing everything aside, whatever, okay, Peter, thank you very much for your artwork, for your movies. We appreciate it. All you guys, you did your, your guerrilla work, your, grassroots jobs, whatever. Okay, now we don't need you anymore. But those who just want to support us now directly, please join us. But I wonder if they do have a plan as far as grassroots.
That's a very good point, and when you're talking about that, I also want to really, because this is why I ended up when I was supposed to be getting ready to leave, and I had a bunch of people waiting for me. I had to do a radio show, even though it was a little brief one. Don't let this affect your morale. This really doesn't change anything. Everybody here still values renewable energy, resource-based economy, building things not to destroy the planet. That's what's most important at the end of the day. It doesn't matter who's involved at the top. That's what everybody keeps saying, and this is actually the truth of it. So don't let this, I know people are getting upset. I'm getting all kinds of emails from people, or people are crying about it, and I understand. I'm not making fun of them for crying. I'm saying, though, that don't let this change your attitude, because the ideas haven't changed at all. The only thing that's going on here is a disagreement between some of the people who are saying this. It happens in every movement. That's why I said this is not unique. It happened, it happened in the libertarian movement. It happens in the Greenpeace movement. It happens in the Green Party. It happens in every major activist organization. It's unfortunate, but it will happen. And then learn from this, see the mistakes that were made, and then don't let them happen again. But that doesn't mean that we suddenly stop. The resource-based economy doesn't cease to exist because the Venus Project and the Zeitgeist Movement are not getting along.
I just wanted to follow on from that.
We're not gonna stop.
You go.
I go? Okay. So we're not gonna stop, obviously. I think we are just disappointed the way they treated Peter and also us, as we just noticed now. I mean, she was actually trying to recruit us, and she has been saying that many times. And I don't think it was appropriate. So I agree with Hans. And of course, we are just sad and disappointed.
Well, to be fair, people are asking them whether or not they can still advocate the Venus Project. So she came in to give you the Venus Project's position directly from the horse's mouth. What you decide to do with it is up to you. As far as recruiting, everybody here wanted to know, well, not everybody, but there were a lot of people in the chat who wanted to know, can we still advocate the Venus Project? Can we still use your materials? Those questions were asked earlier in the meeting, and now you have an answer.
Again. Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll only be quick. I was just saying everyone right now should be using this as a moment for, sparking the flame up and having passion that we need to do something, because I think at the end of the day, the Venus Project, they're going to try and make this movie. It could work, but we all pretty much think to the extent they want it to work, it's probably not going to happen. So why not keep working with the movement? We all know that there are common solutions to common problems around this world based on the scientific approach. And if we work with this and get the movement to have more and more credibility, then there may be a point where they turn around. And actually, it's not about us going to them. They'll actually want to come to us and say, okay, here's the research. We need to get it out there. And I think that would be a much better way round of doing it in the future. So we should just look for positive ways of doing this, advocating the values and not the brands, which I think is the biggest distortion that's been causing most of the problems so far.
But I think the point is that we still don't know what we did wrong. That's the whole point. I mean, many of us in here, I think they did not understand what is that we're doing wrong. This is exactly the main point of the whole conversation.
We weren't doing anything wrong, and frankly, I stopped giving a shit when somebody is just avoiding the question all the time, and that was exactly what Roxanne was doing. She was avoiding the question all the time. That dropped my respect from the top to zero. So I'm not unhappy with this situation anymore.
Absolute inauthenticity. I mean, there was absolutely no honesty in that.
Stop for a second. Think about what this actually means. We know information is built up serially, right? So, why we know that the Venus
do that. Come on, hold on. This point needs to get out, and this is why I don't get why everybody is running around as if we're clueless all of a sudden. We never ever needed those materials. It's about the train of thought and all the knowledge that is associated. We don't need those drawings. That's why the people that are actually very, very active here are actually quite sober about it, aside from Peter, who has a right to be very, very pissed off, and also other people have a right to be very pissed off. It's unfortunate, but we haven't lost our whole thing.
Right.
Hold on. You're gonna talk.
We try to look forward now a little bit. I would just like to say that, what's gonna, as far as, it's obvious, and she said it very loud and clear, that the Zeitgeist movement is, she didn't say it in these words, but pretty much she said it. She implied it, that the Zeitgeist movement cannot use anymore the the Venus Project logo and the drawings, just like we've been putting on the brochures and pamphlets and all the media. So right there, it's over.
Please.
So
no, she said that. She said that, Brian, very clearly.
Right. She said that. So right there, it's over. So it's really the official divorce, quote unquote, of the Zeitgeist movement and the Venus Project. And that decision came from them, and it's done. So now we need to look forward and
sorry, man, to interrupt you, but I would like to hear Jacques on this. We need to hear Jacques.
I'd like to hear bloody let's speak if somebody will bloody let him.
I don't know
what happened for newcomers that just joined in. Could someone fill us in? What just happened?
We need to hear Jacques.
Okay. You're not gonna get a different answer out of Jacques. Trust me.
For me, it's the same, because systems approach, the scientific method, that's universal. They can't take away that from us, so it's the same.
I really need to go to bed, and I'd love to hear Doug speak, please. So will everybody shut up and let Doug speak, because he's the only one that hasn't bloody spoken yet.
I appreciate that. Okay.
All right, yeah, no, I appreciate that. Thank you. I've tried to be patient and let everybody vent their frustrations. There are those that I've talked to, like Peter, Perez, and Austin and whatnot, several months ago. I saw this writing on the wall a long time ago, and so here's what this boils down to from my perspective, and I hope some of you can relate to this. Given my background, those of you who know who I am, and if not, look it up. I won't get into that right now. But anyway, as a space geek systems engineer, one of the primary things that I was taught back in college before I knew anything about the resource-based economy or the Venus Project or the Zeitgeist movement was how to build a Mars base and all of the things that you're going to need to use and do to facilitate astronauts living on another world. I am telling you, bar none, that every aerospace engineer knows exactly what the resource-based economy is, because that is exactly the system that would be necessary to live on another planet. There's no money there, and you have to automate the shit out of everything so that the astronauts aren't spending all their time being Farmer Johns and Farmer Janes while they're trying to do science on another world. So the fact that the Venus Project or any group has some kind of monopoly on the ideology that we advocate is complete ludicrous, because it's always been part of space exploration and development from a very long time ago. And so the point that I'm trying to get at here is it doesn't matter what flag you fly on your ship. What matters is what direction your ship is going. So whether it's TVP or whether it's Atlas or whether it's RBEF or whether it's what the fuck ever, it doesn't matter. Invent your own group if you have to. The goal is the same towards the resource-based economy. Start your own stuff. Do your own thing. Who cares? Make a company. Make a nonprofit. Make a for-profit. I'm telling you people right now, I am making a for-profit company with the purpose of driving myself out of business by building these fully automated hydroponic farm systems so I can use the market against itself and saturate the world with food production systems, basically eliminating the need for mankind to have to spend a single dime on a damn food source. And so that is an RBE method to get towards the final goal by using the system against the system. And I don't need somebody's flag to do it. I appreciate everything that Jacques Fresco and Roxanne have done up to this point, and I absolutely believe that there is a large amount of ego involved with this because of the amount of work that they've put in. I also see ego on the other side of the argument, on Peter and some of the things that people have been saying recently as far as how this whole thing has played out. It's somewhat comical and completely asinine because neither organization is formally organized enough to have the kind of information communication structure that allows both sides to communicate on a regular basis. I don't see that it's ever happened. Roxanne could have joined any one of these TeamSpeak meetings months ago and voiced her years ago and voiced her concerns with how things have come up to pass over the past year or so. And she's always known about them, and we've known how to get a hold of them, okay? So the communication flow was shit going both directions, and now it's completely fallen apart. And you know what? That happens. It's going to happen. But you have to ask yourself one question. Does that matter at all with which way you're driving your ship?
Genius.
It really,
Thank you, Doug.
it really doesn't, and I definitely.
And for the
Where
record,
do you live, man?
sorry, and for the record, you know, back in that very first Z-Day in London, it's more or less, not as articulately, but that's exactly what I said to Peter. You know, go out and make a fucking for-profit company. Use money to destroy it. I think, to be honest, I was probably one of the first people back then to use that phrase. It's so overly used nowadays, and it's never really been done properly. But hey, I just completely agree with you, Doug. And it's 5:12. I've got to be up at 9 o'clock for work. Thank you very much. I'm off to bed.
Yeah, Doug, I have to necessarily agree with what you actually said, and from what I'm seeing, it's mainly an issue of really just self-identification of the ideas, really without divorcing the ideas from the person and saying that the person expounds upon the ideas and the ideas are serial. And yeah, I can definitely see where you're getting at with with regards. I can definitely disagree with your approach, but that's neither here nor there with what was said. My particular view, that the whole problem is really with the idea of saying, the Venus Project's ideas are the Venus Project's, and this is a sort of egoism. And to my mind, that's what I originally got from the entire thing the first time I saw it, the first moment I ended up seeing it. And to be honest, I saw that's where this entire thing was going. It's an ego issue, really mainly. And yeah, there were communication issues on both sides, to be honest. But when it comes down to it, there might be some other factors regarding it, but communication was indeed shit. And that was obviously one of the primary reasons why it didn't actually go the way it should have gone, and instead went the way that it didn't.
Gilbert, ¿puedo decir algo? Dark Dancer.
Yeah, go ahead.
Necesito a alguien que me traduzca, alguien que sepa español e inglés, por favor.
Ok, yo puedo.
Ya, gracias. Voy a tratar de ser lo más simple posible.
I'm going to try to be the more simple in my saying as possible.
Ok, gracias. Pienso que el problema, una de las cualidades del movimiento es atacar la causa del problema.
I think one of the qualities of the movement is to attack the causes of the problem.
Y no el efecto.
And not the effect.
Siento que el problema aquí es un problema de comunicación.
I feel this is a problem of communication.
Y precisamente me doy cuenta que claramente tanto el movimiento como el proyecto Venus no tienen una metodología de transición clara.
And it's obvious and evident that both the movement and the Venus Project have no methodology of transition that is set and clear.
Claro, los pasos de transición. Entonces, mi pregunta es, ¿no sería mejor? Yo sé que ahora ya el problema sucedió.
Now that the problem is out in the open.
Pero ¿no sería bueno trabajar en una metodología donde se explique detalladamente los pasos de transición para que
it wouldn't be better to work in how to it wouldn't be better to start working on how to develop a transition process?
Para que tanto el movimiento Zeitgeist como el proyecto Venus no choquen con sus diferentes pasos de transición.
So both the Venus Project and the Zeitgeist movement don't clash in their steps. But I think what my fellow men here doesn't understand is that it's over. I mean, this was clear to me. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I mean, she pretty much fired the Zeitgeist movement. So, I mean, I don't know.
Gracias.
It's cool.
Muchas gracias.
It hasn't changed anything, you know. I know it sucks, but it hasn't changed anything.
Go find a new free job.
There are certain changes that it does change, and you shouldn't be mistaken about it because it's going to create a rift. It doesn't change the orientation of the movement. It doesn't change the goals that this movement has given itself, but it changes the outlook and it changes the packaging because now it creates within the whole mindset of people that look how quickly we've divided ourselves. But those to me, I look at this as a very good thing. Because the structures, the institutions, the entities that were in discussion had a fundamental difference and they were in two different sets of objectives. And that's the real problem. Communication is a secondary problem. The problem is it's a question of interest factors in which one is an economic entity for private use. that being the Venus Project, even though there are certain goals and there are certain images that we agree, but they are fundamentally different. And again, I really want to reiterate this point. If VTV thinks, we're upset, I'm not upset to losing it. And we ask her very pertinent questions. You cannot make decisions on an organization unless you are part of the organization. She wants to be both. They want to have their private entity, which you cannot tell them what to do. But when I come to deal with you, I want to be able to tell you what to do because of what? Because we are using certain symbols, we are using images, we are using these things. But also, she wants to go further. She wants to tell us in which direction we should be heading. This thing should have been discussed clearly. If you look at it as a problem of communication, understood. But the entities are fundamentally different, and that's the fundamental problem. Where we need to go? We need a Congress. We need to sort of discuss things openly and energize our base. This is what this is about. And I think Doug has mentioned it. The vehicle right now, a vehicle that's going to bring us to even getting the word out is the Zeitgeist movement. And that needs to be elevated to another level by getting more people.
What is the Zeitgeist movement now that it's not associated with the Venus Project anymore?
I'd like
The
to say something.
Zeitgeist movement. I'm gonna let you respond. I'm gonna let you respond. I'm just responding.
The
Hold
Zeitgeist
on.
movement is the largest movement for social change in human history. That's what we are.
No. I'm not saying what it
Yeah,
is
well,
by the people. I mean by
we
the
are
ideology.
we are
can I say something?
we are advocating the resource-based economy. It just had a color that
But
was
you can't say that because that's the concept of the Venus Project. You need to say
no,
something
that's not
Gentle,
theirs.
hold on.
That's not theirs.
I think
Excuse me. Whether it's Gilbert or VTV, but please somebody moderate. We need one at a time talking because none of us can hear what anybody's really trying to say. Please.
I
I
was
gave you
gonna say-
priority speaker because you asked to talk like 15 minutes ago. So you can talk after these people finish their little conversation. If it gets out of hand, then I will. And I was just getting ready to say something. Just
Okay.
remember, guys, if all 6 of you talk, nobody talks.
I would say instead of an RBE, what we aim to, I would say better it's the application of the scientific method for social concern, the distribution and the protection that they can't take away. They can't say science is our tool. That's what we should say.
the issue,
Not an RBE.
real quick, if I can say this real quick, the issue that you're having here is means of identification through promotion. Uh, all this means is that this allows us much more flexibility on the organizations that we can actually promote. I mean, individuals can still promote TVP. I know I will. I know I'll continue to promote TVP and the Zeitgeist. I'll just be promoting them as separate entities now. But now I am able to actually promote, let's say, technocracy. I'm able to promote other organizations and offshoots that have actually happened here while at the same time promoting TZM. So we don't have to do that. And as far as the whole thing of the scientific method applied for social concern, that is what a resource-based economy is in a nutshell. As a matter of fact, if you were to make a definition terminology on that, on what a resource-based economy is, that would be, in a nutshell, what it is. We could still be using that, regardless if the Venus Project has that. And, of course, unless they have a trademark on it, they won't even allow us to use the term to begin with it. But the concept is serial. They cannot trademark the concept of it. They can trademark the term, but they can't trademark the concept really. So I think people really need people who are having issues on whether we should promote this or whether we should promote that. It doesn't matter as an organization. This allows us more flexibility, and we can talk about this later on in future meetings. But I just want to make that clear here. Nothing has changed. The only thing that has changed, though, is what organizations that we as individuals promote as members of the Zeitgeist movement. That's the only thing that's changed thus far.
Hold on, guys. Real quick. First of all, I'm just going to point out there are a lot of organizations like that, like Open Source Ecology, Community Planet, etc., that you can work with. And then finally, Austin from Florida has been asking to talk now for like 10 minutes. Please let the guy talk. Go, Austin.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to put out there, I mean, there's a lot of us in the group tonight, and there's a lot of us who might normally be in these groups but aren't, or would like to and cannot. But right now, I mean, we're kind of seeing somewhat of a pivotal shift here, even for our group and what we're trying to do. I can't tell you how many times I've heard Peter, just Peter say on we need to act as the Martin Luther King of our generation. We need to try.
Are you still there? Austin? For whatever reason, you're not coming through.
Odds are
he's with 79% loss.
losing his connection.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, 79%.
There you go. He's got connection issues.
Well, then I shall use this opportunity to throw in my hat. Jacques and Roxanne tried to actually copyright the term RBE, but you can't copyright that any more than you can copyright capitalism or communism or socialism or any other social construct. It's a non-copyrightable term. As far as Jacques' models and fancy little houses and whatnot, they're nice. There's a lot of different extrapolations that different sustainable architects can completely duplicate in different ways. The materials that are in them and me personally, I think a dome house looks like crap. I would never really want one, nor do I really need one, to be perfectly honest. But still, the point is that the science, somebody said this earlier, I'm sorry if I don't remember who said it, I apologize for that, but the science is what drives the design, and the science is universal, and there's nothing that anybody can do to copyright that. And so that's why Zeitnews is what Zeitnews is. We have specifically created that website to be the sounding board for technical advancements and scientific advancements. Irrespective of how they might be used, the science is still the science. And so that's what, if anybody's going to move forward and want to dance around the TVP issue, it's not really that difficult to make up your own design still using the same science. They can't copyright that.
Exactly, and that's what I was saying before. And one thing we have to think about is that we are changing. And society is developing new sciences, and the technology is completely different than it was 50 years ago. So a lot of people could relate to new designs and stuff like that. So if we do need, as I said before, if this becomes an issue because of the movies, and the movies talk about a city design, a circular city design, we can pick up on that and improve on it. So it's not an issue of the Venus Project is out. What are we going to tell people to look at for as a model of city? That's not an issue.
Agree that we should gather engineers and developers first, like Jacques suggested in the beginning. Seems most logical.
That's why I suggested open source ecology, because it's already run by engineers who sit around making open source free technologies that will allow you to make your own self-sustaining communities.
Yes, exactly that, and I'm surprised we didn't do that in the beginning, like Jacques suggested, to gather people who can actually do stuff other than yell into bullhorns and promote awareness, promoting awareness, essentially. Well, I agree with Jacques in the sense that we should have gathered engineers, more of a primary concern in the beginning. If we can do that now, at a critical point while we reorganize and reevaluate what this movement is about, that seems most logical.
Yeah, I think it can be a sort of TED. We can represent these ideas because they all promote the same direction. So if we are an educational movement, we can educate people on these ideas. And there's many of them. There's a surprisingly amount of ideas that talk about this, that go in this direction, that are working now. They're getting mainstream media because they're actually building things, have places, and it's interesting for a reporter to do interviews with them, because they can show models and things working. So this is great media for the idea. And by associating with them, we introduce the idea to them, they introduce the idea to the members, the people who go on their website, and they keep spreading. So why not get behind these organizations? We could be a movement actually to educate people, and we could, since we have a list of engineers, technicians, they probably would love to get, 6,000 people who can do CG to help them out with their projects. We're not asking for a profit, we're not representing them, just like the Venus Project. We're not asking for money, we're just helping them because they had a good idea. We can do the same, and there should be thousands of ideas like this.
Guys, I'm gonna try and jump back in here again. I'm sorry that I lost my connection earlier. Can everybody hear me right now? If I can get a quick quick thumbs up or something. Awesome, thank you. Okay.
No, we can't hear you.
Okay. Basically what I was going for. I know that there are a lot of people that couldn't make it here tonight. There are a lot of people who usually are here. I think that we're really missing out on something fundamental here. Is that this is a rift now that's being brought up into our movement. That's what, a couple years in, and for something so ambitious and something so huge that we're trying to pull off with this planet and with our species that has never been done before. We're kind of taking the easy way out here. We're not. I mean, think of how many of us that there are just in this room right now. How many of us there are in the movement in general, and how many generations in the future that are, in a way, relying on exactly what the fuck we're talking about and what we're doing right now. And it's really as simple as all of us coming up with a solution, pulling the Venus Project and the Zeitgeist movement back together and sort of organizing it ourselves, because we really are the general voice here. There is no movement without all of us and everybody else involved. And we're letting this rift happen. I mean, this is gonna take away too much momentum after how many, a couple years of all of us putting this together. We're working towards an exponential growth rate here, and let's say that works out perfectly, then sure, we have 30 to 50 years for this to happen. But if we take too long, or if we decide not to mend things or patch things up where they can be, as opposed to taking the longer way around because of other people's issues, emotional issues. These are all human problems that can be overcome. This is all based in the ego. It doesn't matter what party, what side it's on. Let's try and look at this as objectively as possible. Some of us feel maybe the Zeitgeist movement had a better run. Maybe some of us felt that the Venus Project had a better run. Maybe some of us are right in the middle. But either way, it doesn't make any sense to let this keep going. It's ridiculous, I think. And if anybody else feels this way, if anybody else has thought this, I mean, there's so much more at stake than what we're really taking into consideration here, as far as I'm concerned.
I just want to jump real quick. I have a lot to say, but I kind of feel that at this point, there's not going to be I'm not going to be able to say everything that I have to say and really achieve communication right now. Everybody's quite emotional, and we've had a lot tonight. I'm just going to really do a quick point with regard to, I see this as an classic ideological clash that has to do with everybody agreeing on the point of where we want to go and not on how we're going to get there. And if you just go to the venusproject.com right now and go into the questions, there's how to get there, and there's a couple of phases, and one of them is making a motion picture. Now, that's not there just out of the blue, and that's not there just because they want to piss Peter Joseph up. Okay, so Peter Joseph didn't like that idea, but the matter of fact is I didn't accept Peter Joseph's argument, which everyone seemed to think is perfectly rational. I don't see another film as Peter Joseph's films. I mean, Peter Joseph's films are great, but they're great for picking up people like me, which were like almost anarchists to begin with. But they're not great for my dad, which saw the movie and kind of like fell asleep in the middle. So Jacques Fresco and Roxanne want to do a motion picture which is further broad for the public, for most people. And that's the main difference. It's not Avatar. I don't even understand that analogy. Avatar is not meant to change people. It's just a movie. So just look into what Jacques and Roxanne are saying more deeply. I don't see any ego issues. I don't see any trying to control things. I think they're just trying to make sure that people are representing the ideas correctly. And I think that they have felt like they don't have much control on the Zeitgeist movement, which is unfortunate. I've hoped that they'd come here and have some sort of communication. And unfortunately, they hadn't. And I was very sorry to hear Peter Joseph has his tantrum and leave, instead of just asking the question politely and waiting to hear what Roxanne would answer, because actually she didn't answer that, and I was curious to hear what she had to say about that. But unfortunately, people here are just being emotional, which is understandable, but yet I was a little disappointed. And I think that it is a matter of communication. I think that people here are not communicating, and they're being really irrational.
Well,
Well,
Jonathan,
the issue of like,
I really have I don't understand this at all. Just I'm not trying to be funny in any way. Do you have any problems with hearing or reading problems or something? Well, because otherwise I don't wanna be mean or something. Because it's you've been asking questions during the meeting as well on things that have been stated like 5 times, like when you said that Peter should have contacted Roxanne. Well, it's stated 5 times already that Peter did contact them. It's quite weird, so that's why I'm
No,
asking.
that's not the question that he asked. He asked, why didn't she say anything to him in that period that she felt that wasn't going in the right way?
No, well,
I feel, that was the question that after that he left. I feel that there's something to it. You know, obviously we haven't been there. It's silly to like try to figure out everything just because we know fragments of conversations and we hear Peter's side and we hear Roxanne's side like that. I don't think we will ever know what happened there. And I think, you know, it's just a matter of, I see just the fact that he left. I mean, he didn't try to inquire into anything, and he was just being emotional and
feelings aside, this is a prime time to actually restructure the organization, and we could take a more stronger, down to reality route as well.
I think restructuring the organization is a great idea, but at the same time, all of us were here tonight. We all know that Peter tried to get a hold of Roxanne, and we all basically got the general idea that Roxanne and maybe even Jacques, we can't even really tell because none of us really know his condition, legitimately felt that Peter was, I guess they assumed that he was trying to take advantage of them in some way, and this is really a sad thing. But again, I want to.
Go ahead. Or did he die again?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Sorry. Again, this seems to be such a trivial matter that between all of us and more, there are more of us that we can't pull these two people or these three people together over something that's so silly. I mean, neither the Venus Project nor the Zeitgeist Movement is anything without everybody in this room and everybody else that's really involved or actively wants this future to happen. And I mean, we're about to possibly see this group and everybody else involved go 50% one way or 50% the other, or 60-40 or whatever. But that's really not worth it. I mean, I don't think that we're grasping how simple this really is for all of us, really, to come together, which is the whole point. I mean, why are we not trying to fix this minor solution as to completely just dropping half of the progress that we've already made?
Austin, I would like to go ahead and state the obvious here. I myself will try to see exactly if I can maybe sort of bridge the gap with what's going on here. In fact, but what I've seen, there are many people here who have tried to say that, okay, something's going on, some miscommunication, there's something we're not doing correctly. What do you want us to do? And that was stated by several people within the movement, to Roxanne. And she literally didn't answer it. She just kept saying that we want you to join us. We want you to join us, or whatever, as if it's like the war. You will be assimilated, kind of thing, really. And we were trying to bridge the gap. In fact, I will still try to if I can, really. But the bridging the gap really has to go both ways. Both people and both participants have to be participating and trying to come to some mutual understanding. Uh, I was trying to find out what was going on. I was trying to find out what is the problem here, and I would have to say that the problem is on their end. They didn't want to come to some mutual understanding. They didn't want to actually work with us with what they felt was wrong and to sort of re-merge or quote unquote marriage, if you want to. And that's the thing. But when it comes down to it, this actually helps us more so than anything else because it allows individuals, chapters, and people to we just don't need to be an activist on it. We could now be much more flexible. We can now be an umbrella group that brings other organizations together to working towards a much more common goal, which is basically a sustainable future, really. And that's what we can do now. We can be that organization, and I think that we can make a lot more progress in that term rather than simply being the hub for one particular organization. We can now be the hub for many organizations to come together and to bring them together and whatnot. Even if those organizations disagree, you could say, we're working towards this. This is what we need to work towards. And that's why I see it. I don't see this as a problem. I see it as an opportunity here. And I'm not too sure if you're saying the same thing as I am.
Maybe just Roxanne.
Wait. Thunder was trying to say something during that, so Thunder, please talk. And then the Illinois coordinator asked me to talk a while ago, and he hasn't been able to get in.
I just wanted to give Doug a chance. He wanted to say one more thing, and then he has to run off to bed. So I wanted to respect that before Voice of Reason
Sounds good.
Did a run-on lecture like he typically does.
Okay, go ahead, Doug.
I don't mind the run-on lectures. Okay, before I head off to bed, I think something that we need to think about, and this is what I wanted to ask Roxanne, but unfortunately there were so many people trying to get on that whiteboard list to talk to her that I knew it wasn't going to happen, especially when Peter exploded, and I pulled myself off the list. So here's something to consider. If TVP did not want to work with a third party as a way to promote them, why did they even want the Zeitgeist movement to be formed in the first place? They could have just have easily worked with Peter and developed an internal organization from the Venus Project directly, like they're trying to do now. So I don't want to say used, but I guess used is a pretty damn good word, that the movement was used to get to a certain point, and then once that expendable resource was no longer valid for various reasons, and mind you, there are things that the Zeitgeist people in the Zeitgeist movement that say things that drive me absolutely batshit crazy when it comes to this higher consciousness stuff, when it comes to a lot of these esoteric mystic mumbo jumbo that really has absolutely nothing to do with the advancement of the resource-based economy. They're all over the place. However, I still focus on the goal and try not to let that, sway me too much. And I know for a fact, because when I visited Venus, Florida, that is one of the things that Jacques and Roxanne talked to me about that was driving them nuts, was a lot of this mystic mumbo jumbo. I'm going to use that word again since John Sid said it. that it has nothing to do with the scientific method for social concern or any rooted real issues. However, I also call them to task on a few things that they say that I completely disagree with, like this one world language crap, and also this notion that art and music has to serve a social purpose and it can't just be abstract and fun. It's like they're trying to get rid of fun. So there's a lot of things that on that both sides that are driving me bananas. But I guess the more important thing to think about is this. you know, does TZM need an overhaul? Yes, I think it does, and I think it needed one a long time ago. It needs to be more structured like a company. Bad word, I know, like a corporation or whatever, like a company. But that model works, and the goal is, what are you using that company for? Are you using it as a profit whoring bastard that's trying to subjugate others into basically abject wage slavery? Or are you using that to advance the world to a global resource-based economy? The structure is what's necessary for making information flow in and around the organization. And I'm going to part on this last bit, and then I've got to run. I have a problem with the Zeitgeist Movement name because of the first film and its overt polarization. And that is baggage that cannot be continued on. If this group wants to reset itself, it should completely reset itself. And if that's, going to drive some people pissed off or whatever, fine, but we always have to defend ourselves against Z1 when we're trying to talk about Z2 and Z3. So that's something to think about in the future. That's all I've got. I'm tired. I'm kind of rambling. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I know what you mean, and it is kind of annoying that like you talk to people about this, and they'll even make videos that this video debunks Zeitgeist 3 moving forward, and then they go on to talk about Z1 Part 1 for an hour and don't even talk about anything that's in moving forward. Mr. B, the Illinois coordinator, has wanted to talk for a while. I have been trying to find you in the chat, and I see you've come up in chat, but I can't seem to find your name. Please go ahead and talk.
Thanks, and thanks to everybody that put in their commentary tonight. Everybody is very passionate, very emotional, and has their logic and their points. Doug has some very good points, especially about the focus is the resource-based economy. If you're building a colony on Mars, doesn't matter how you get there, and so on. Although, to segue on his last point, I respectfully disagree. The first movie is the truth, and people have to learn to handle the truth and go through the truth if they're really going to get the whole movement. But that is strictly my own personal opinion. What I want to talk about is that we all may be missing the forest for the trees. And to me, it became as obvious as the nose on my face what is going on here. Think about this. Roxanne got on, said her piece, but yet she seemed to be crying. It was difficult for her. It's difficult for us. There's this chasm between us. Why can't we all get along? What's wrong? It's the communication. It's not the communication. It is not the communication. The problem is that the movement and the Venus Project are going in two different directions, and it's obvious. Well, okay, let me clarify that. Maybe not two different directions, but two different timelines. Think about it. What is the goal of the Zeitgeist movement, besides being the activist arm of the Venus Project? The Zeitgeist movement is promoting a resource-based economy. What is the first phase of the Zeitgeist movement that we are all in? I'll rhetorically answer my own question. It is education and awareness. Education and awareness and education and awareness. Spread the message and get active right now, because we have to reach what? We have to reach critical mass, and then enough people will understand what we're doing and embrace us when the change comes inevitably, instead of rejecting us. So far, so good. Here's the problem. Think about it. How long is that critical mass? 10 years, 20 years? I don't know. I wish it could happen in a week or a month or a year, but we're in it for the long haul. That's the position of the Zeitgeist movement. However, now look at Jacques. The man is 95 years old. He doesn't have many years left. His entire life he's dedicated towards this idea of the Venus Project and his ideas of the resource-based economy and his science and his technology, all of which is in line, but he just doesn't have enough time left to wait around. Do you think Jacques going to be alive in 20 years while we spread awareness to the rest of the world? No, he wants to do something while he's still alive. That's why he's so myopically focused, myopia being kind of derogatory, that that's his fixation now, because that's what he wants to go out with, and he doesn't want anybody to slow him down. So for us to say, well, we have to get educated, we have to educate the masses, some of them are dumb, some of them are stuck on the new age babble, he doesn't want to hear all that. He wants people to snap to attention. He wants engineers and scientists to magically appear and get behind him so that he can produce his movie and he can make things happen before he dies. Now, I hate to sound so morbid, but like I said, when you look at things in that perspective, it's as plain on the nose on your face. And further, it's inevitable that Jacques is going to do what he wants to do before he passes, and the movement is moving too slow with him. And besides all the circus stuff that's happening on the sidelines and so on, that's just everybody going up their learning curve. So that's why the differences are irreconcilable. It's a divorce, and you can talk about, who's right, who's wrong. It is what it is. Call it art. I mean, artistic differences. Okay, and you can use musical history as a perfect example. The Eagles, Glenn Fry, and the other band member, Roger
Don
Waters
Henley.
and David Gilmour, and so on. So you think about it, and there's no mending this. Jacques and Roxanne are going to go their own way, and he wants to accomplish something within the next 2 to 3 years before his health really fades away, and he's too frail to carry on. I think that's his fixation. He's entitled to it. The movement has to go on in a different direction, and without the Venus Project, because someday Jacques won't be around. So it's really it's a very simple empirical train of thought, and if everybody just stops and thinks about it, it'll make perfect sense. And I, for one, am not so wrapped around the axle about what he said, she said, and Roxanne was evading the questions and so on. They're doing what they have to do. They're trying to graciously bow out. That said, I think that it was quite, Jacques was handed a diamond on a pillow by Peter, and to just dismiss it in this way, that's a little harsh. But hey, that's just Jacques doing what he's got to do. But we'll all survive and we'll move on. Once the old story, when God closes a door, he opens a window, in the abstract. So that's it. I hope everybody takes that in perspective. I, for one, just understand everything completely, and I'm not reading anything else into it than that. No, I don't think they used us. I think that they appreciated what we did, but they thought maybe early on that we could work together. Who knows? Who knows what was communicated back and forth? Poor communications was part of it. And even though if they had, let's use this example, even if they had perfect communication, Peter might have said, well, Doc, I'm sorry, but this isn't all about you. This is about the broader picture after you're gone, so I'm going to go my own direction. Just that was the other guy, Don Henley and Glenn Fry from the Eagles, artistic differences, except in this case, Jacques is running out of time. The clock is ticking, and so he has a completely different view on things. All right, that's it. I'm done with my battle.
All right. I think that I was really hoping that over the course of all the questions and talk that would come up, that this would kind of come up on its own, but apparently it's not going to. And I don't actually. One of the reasons why, and people keep asking me how I can, agree with both sides of the situation to some extent. As I said earlier, I've been a part of a lot of different activist movements, and the real problem here is that at the end of the day, Peter does not want to have an activist movement that has fundraising at its core. I understand why; it makes perfect sense. The Venus Project wants an activist movement that does do fundraising. Some organizations do, some don't. It's really not more complicated than that. There are other things that are going on, don't get me wrong, but that was basically what this is all about. And that's why she couldn't answer you, because it's a very controversial issue, the issue of fundraising, particularly when you're saying, well, I want to be a no money guy. I want the world to have no money. So then why are you asking for it? And the straw that broke the camel's back is the issue that Peter did not support, the idea of using the Zeitgeist movement as a fundraising entity. Fair enough, I understand. But if the Venus Project wants to have a fundraising entity, then they really have no choice then but to go do what they're doing. I don't like it, but I understand where both groups are coming from. And I also understood when I joined here what the limitations were on what people wanted. That's why I don't directly solicit for donations for my own purposes on the Zeitgeist Movement forums, because Peter asked me very nicely not to do so. And for the same reason, I'm very specific about what I ask for donations for while using Venus Project materials. It's their work, so I accepted that when I went into it, that this is how they want to do things, and so therefore I'm still totally fine with the limitations that both Peter and Roxanne have put on this. So just think about it. It really just comes down to that. The Venus Project wants to be able to fundraise through whatever activist movement it has. The Zeitgeist movement under Peter Joseph does not want to participate in fundraising. That's it. And neither of them. I mean, it's not like either of these positions make either of them evil by any means. But that's really all it is. It's not really much more complex than the issue of the film. That was the final straw. Was that they want to fundraise. I don't have any problem with them fundraising. But at the same time, Peter doesn't want to fundraise. That's it.
And to my point, now you know why.
But I think one of the main issue isn't even that. I think the issue was that this wasn't like Peter was upset about. Peter even said, "Look, I'll listen to what you guys want to say," but the issue was the way this got put out there. They have the Venus Project website. They could have put, if they didn't want to come in here and talk to people, they could have posted some information about it on the Venus Project website. And I bet you in a matter of hours, everybody would have talked about it, just like the videos got spread out. They could have put, like what would like they were talking about, like 100 steps to creating to transition, whatever. They could have put like, we have a plan. Here's the first step. Who wants to help with this thing? I think it had to come out through somebody's video, without even talking to us, like coming up with a good reason to or whatever. It just the way it was put out, and I think that's why the conflict. If this was talked about for a couple of weeks and everybody was understanding, both sides were presented, and everybody made a compromise, everything's fine. But I think it's just a method.
Well, I've been talking to them about this. Hold on. I've been talking about this with them, with both sides of this for a while. That's why I know the policy of Peter's understanding of it. And I've talked to Roxanne about that, and she communicated to me that Peter has always made it clear that he doesn't, that he's uncomfortable with using the Zeitgeist movement as a fundraising tool. That's why I came up with that. I didn't just come up with that, but through conjecture. I've spoken to both sides, gathered their positions, and this is what it amounted to.
One of the things that I noticed in the throughout, both the movement and the Venus Project is that in a way I saw it clear, but in a way I didn't want to pay much attention. But now it's really out in the open. Evidently, is the fact that two different perspectives, a dichotomy. And that's, Peter has a better perspective as far as, what the totality is, from Earth and everything that is in relation to it with the human being and everything that is in relation to a human being. And the Venus Project is purely technocrat, very, very factual, very rational. And I think up to a point, like Doug was mentioning, they fail to see that part that the humanities, if you want, like in the arts, that you just can't do it for fun. I have to have a purpose. Even though I remember now Peter also advocated that. But anyway, I think Peter has a better concept of totality in that sense. I just wanted to add that.
I want to jump back in here real quick if I can. I mean, VTV said it perfectly below you guys. And
you're cutting out again.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you said the last thing we heard was VTV said it perfectly, and then you cut out.
Okay, I said you mentioned it perfectly below in the chat box that if the Venus Project wants to fundraise, then that's fine, and if Peter thinks that it's the wrong direction for the Zeitgeist movement, then that's fine. But what is to stop the Zeitgeist movement from still supporting the general direction of the Venus Project? And I don't disagree with what was said earlier that the Zeitgeist, this is a good opportunity for the Zeitgeist movement to advocate many more directions than, say, just the Venus Project. But again, this is just really a rift that's growing between this group. By and large, that's what's going to end up happening. I mean, this is basically just a dichotomy that's splitting down a group of a million people or a million plus people maybe at this point.
No, it happened, and we weren't offered a say in the matter. It happened.
I hear you there, but at this how anywhere from 800 to 900,000 people to a million plus people could watch maybe Jacques and Roxanne and Peter, these three people, get into an argument, and then that's it. That's like.
While we're waiting for his connection to catch up again, there's one more thing I want to say that I think is bothering me is there are too many people that are using what is a personal conflict between a group of friends. You know, we tend to forget that they're all people and they have feelings and that they're friends and that they're not just icons for us. You know, in this movement, they're using this conflict as something to make political points or to make jokes out of or whatever. And you know, I really don't like the fact that people are taking what was a 3-year friendship that is now having trouble and turning it into like a circus.
And one thing that needs clarification though is that it wasn't Peter's sole decision here to not support the movie. This has been also presented and discussed at an international meeting, of course, which embodies our organization for a big part. And the same kind of response was given in agreement with that wasn't probably the most best idea. So I mean, it's not a rejection by Peter as a person that made that happen.
I'm gonna jump back in here. And just to try and get right back to where I was, whether it's 2 or 3 people that are arguing in this movement, we are still a general initiative. We're all kind of going for the same thing, and I don't think that if, just as a hypothetical example, Gilbert and Jen Wild were to get into an argument, all of us would split and move one way or the other. I mean, Jacques and Roxanne and Peter are just members of this movement in a larger fashion, just as we all are, and it's really going to take that kind of perspective to pull everybody together and say, fuck it, like, we're all going in the same direction either way. I don't think that this should really I don't think that this should cause the rift that it may, and if anybody else disagrees with me, then I'm sorry.
You know what I suggest we do is we schedule maybe a meeting sometime for the week, and we can discuss this and then talk about movement's direction, stuff like this, because I don't think it's an international meeting kind of topic, is it?
I don't think you need to schedule a meeting. I think this is going to be the main subject of conversation in here for quite a while.
No, if you don't make it, why don't we just right now, at this very moment, schedule a meeting in the future, gather everyone we can that can join down TeamSpeak and decide the direction of the movement. Let's actually do something instead of just listening to each other's opinions over and over again and still stuck in the mud.
I don't think the direction of the movement has changed. That's what people are not getting. We're still moving in the same direction toward a resource-based economy or an access-based economy or whatever the hell it gets called, if it gets called anything. We're still moving in that direction. We just happen to be, in Roxanne's view, taking a different path than they want to take. And there's nothing wrong with that.
Which they didn't care to explain, so that's hence the comments of being, well, never mind, you understand.
Well, if this gaming strategy that this movement is planning is going to continue, then let's actually define our terms here. What is critical mass and to what extent? Because I can stay in this movement for the next 50 or the end of my years of my life, but I prefer to actually do things other than just tell people, hey, this is a good idea. Why don't you tell other people it's a good idea? Because it would be amazing if this movement had like a group of at least 30 people minimum working on an actual physical, tangible project. Like, I was astounded when I saw the models that the Venus Project showed from that one guy. I was like, whoa, this thing's actually starting to come together. And then when the Boeing project started as well, I was like, wow, this movement's starting to actually get off the ground. But other than that, there's the Zeit News site, and that's all I've seen so far.
I have a hard time with everybody's opposition to a mainstream movie. I think a movie would be one of the best things possible to achieve critical mass. I think that's absolutely necessary. Because I mean, like, I personally spend a good amount of my time talking to people, and it would be so much easier just to reference a mainstream movie, say it was on Netflix or Netflix Instant Queue. Everybody's got the Instant Queue. I mean, it would accelerate our cause so greatly that I don't understand why everybody has opposition. Even if it's $30 million, it'd be so easy for them to make the $30 million back. I mean, a lot of movies make the $30 million the first day. You know, I mean, like I don't understand everybody's opposition to a movie. I mean, that would be the single. I mean, that would make my job easier.
Boombrusher is next.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I was just going to bring up a point real quick. Maybe it just seems this way to me since I've been disconnected from, you know, all of the goings on, I guess. But it seems to be, this whole thing just kind of seems a little bit contrived. Like, I guess maybe just not being informed of how it all transpired. But I think if we're going to move away from this or, you know, continue on, obviously at this point we're focused on solutions and how we're going to move forward from this point. But I think it would be worth looking into, at least as far as, you know, what this whole situation grew from. If there's, you know, some type of instigation or something that happened to make it worse than it really is, because it seems like it just totally blew up from nothing. I mean, all of a sudden, boom, everybody's freaking out.
I'm not freaking out. I'm part of everybody.
It's, well, I know what he's talking about, though. That's why I had to do that damn segment. I got like a billion people asking me, oh my god, is the Zeitgeist movement gone? Is Peter this or Peter that? And then, like, by bad like luck, at the same time the website was having trouble, so everybody speculated that Peter shut the website down, and just that's why I made that show entitled, you know, Stop Panicking.
Yeah, but I have to be clear that the Venus Project doesn't want any help anymore. They don't want to be associated with the Zeitgeist movement. That has to be clear. There's no going back in that sense. I mean, of course, I mean everything you guys have said is true. I mean, we are going to continue perhaps with the Zeitgeist movement, but under a different color, but not necessarily with the Venus Project.
Peter Perez, the Texas co-coordinator, would like to speak. Go ahead.
Quick mic check, 1, 2.
You're a little quiet, but you worked. Go ahead.
Okay, we've got a couple of projects here going on in Austin, Texas that could use some support. It can also be used to help launch any other events that anyone might have going on simultaneously throughout the United States. First of all, we've got Zeitgeist Live that goes here, airs every Wednesday at 10 p.m. We will be here in TeamSpeak. Excuse me, we'll be here in TeamSpeak in the Texas State chapter meeting channel starting at 9 o'clock on Wednesdays. If you guys are all here, what we do is we simultaneously broadcast that the show is going on, get that PR going. All of you folks have the opportunity to call into the show while it's aired on live TV in local Austin. Go ahead and talk about the projects you're doing. Give your support to Roxanne, Jacques, and the emergence towards a resource-based economy. And just try to overlook all of the stuff that's blocking our view from our ultimate goal here, which is a resource-based economy. So again, I invite everybody to be a part of that. If you have other projects that you'd like to share with us, send them to me in a private message. I will get them to the TV show. We'll organize it. We'll get it on there. We'll talk about it. Let's get this stuff out there.
Oh, wait. V, help me understand this, because Roxanne said that we're not to be making any references to the Venus Project, can't use pictures or anything. Where is the line drawn as far as what can be? I mean, are we just not even supposed to speak their name, or what's the deal with that?
Well, basically, to answer. What she said tonight was that if she said if you are interested in working with the Venus Project, get a hold of us, etc., etc. But if it's not a Venus Project approved project, essentially, then they don't want you to use their materials, their pictures, things like that. And that's basically what she said. I mean, the reason I don't really care, I mean, aside from the fact that it isn't really going to change anything for me, is the fact that the elements of the resource-based economy that are the most strong are not things that are in any fashion owned by the Venus Project. I'm doing a show coming up here soon with an MIT guy from, who's an expert on geothermal. I don't need to ask the Venus Project's permission to talk about geothermal energy. That's an example of how it won't really matter. We don't really need Jock's drawings to continue to do things this way. I understand and I respect their position, and I will abide by it. But it isn't. We don't need to really worry about it because they don't own geothermal energy. They don't own hydroponic farming, etc.
Right, but what I'm saying is that the extent of it, just the drawings and the plans, or do they mean their logo?
Yeah, no logo. She said that too.
In other words, because I have a logo of the Venus Project on the Z Radio blog page. They can click for donations to the movie. I guess I need to take that off of there.
Well, what?
To the extent that she's speaking?
Well, there's the thing. The reason that you're in a different position is the same reason I am. Like, B Radio is not an official TZM broadcast. It's, obviously endorsed, but it's not official. Like, Peter doesn't tell me what I can and cannot do. He doesn't tell you what you can and cannot do. If you talk to Roxanne and she says, well, I don't mind if you do that, I mean, obviously I doubt she's going to make you take down a donation widget anyway, but then it's not, it's the same thing. That's why I said I have specific permissions on what I do on B Radio, but it was never understood to be a Zeitgeist Movement entity alone. I talk about all kinds of stuff that has nothing to do with TZM. That's just an example. Go ahead.
No, it's not a widget. It's just a little logo that when it's clicked goes to their page where then you can click their widget to donate. It's not an actual donation widget. I would not have any of that on my blog.
Right. I think what it is, though, is just that, you could talk. I always talk to Roxanne directly about anything I did that was using Venus Project material. And that's all you really have to do. I mean, she'll say yes or no. The point is that the Zeitgeist Movement itself does not have a carte blanche permission to use her stuff anymore.
So, we are running to a little higher trouble, which makes like the Zeitgeist Addendum plus the Zeitgeist Moving Forward broadcasting of those movies, but especially the Addendum one that contains.
That was going to be my next point. Is there's references to the Venus Project and Jock most recently in Moving Forward at this very beginning is Jock's story about going to school. Are we to understand that we're not allowed to use those references anymore?
Well, she can't exactly
to reflect that, or what?
I doubt she'll do that. But in theory she could, but that would be between her and Peter.
Either way,
between her and Peter, but all the people in the Zeitgeist Movement are distributing that movie.
Exactly.
That's why it'd be an impossible task. It's an internet movie, which is why I don't think they'd even bother. It's so many people have it now. It would just get re-put all over YouTube anyway. It would be an effort in futility.
To an extent, didn't they already allowed to that information be in the movie at first place? Can they revoke that? That's my question, because if they can't revoke, fuck. If they can't revoke that, fuck it. Not.
It's a little late in the game for them to try to affect things that they gave permission for before. It's like you can't, for example, like Al Pacino could not go back and tell the director of Devil's Advocate to take him out of his movie.
Isn't copywriting material completely against what both movements stand for anyway?
That's what I was about to say.
Oh yeah, but they seem to not having that in mind anyways.
The Venus Project seems to be a big ego thing. It's all about ego, like we have all the answers and nobody else does, and that's completely wrong.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
That's very far from the truth.
Well, I don't know how anyone else feels, but I think somebody's been whispering in Jock and Roxanne's ear and not something good about the Zeitgeist Movement and Peter.
That's a very astute observation. I won't get into it much more, but you're not very far from the truth.
No, thank you. I'm glad you brought that up because that's kind of what I was getting at. I mean, does it matter at this point in terms of resolution whether or not this entire event was instigated? Because there's been some behavior that I've been keeping an eye on that leads me to believe that this entire situation could have been avoided and could still be resolved.
I think it's. Hey, can you guys hear me at all? Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
I know you're gonna hate me for asking this because you guys have probably talked about it quite a bit, but I just heard about some sort of conflict today. I mean, could you guys explain to me from point A to point Z, like what exactly went wrong? What happened? Like, I'm hearing that Peter had some disagreements about funding, and I'm hearing that Roxanne had some problems. I just don't understand what happened. Could you guys explain to me what happened?
All right.
Speculate on it right now. They're probably just gonna work it all out. But yeah, it was an issue with funding. Basically, the Venus Project feels that they're on two fronts, and everybody that's in the Zeitgeist movement should basically just be in the Venus Project. They want to make a movie, and Peter Joseph has a problem with that because he doesn't want to have donations. And I really think that it'll all be worked out. I mean, that's me personally, but I mean, what would be the big deal if we all just switched to the Venus Project and called it the Venus Project and used all of our existing resources just to promote that? I mean, it's basically the same thing.
But they don't want. Okay.
My understanding in this room about an hour ago was that 2 weeks ago, a video rised on the internet showing Jacques and about 2 minutes total conversation, basically quote-unquote dissing the Zeitgeist movement by saying that they knew nothing and that Peter knew nothing, that he should visit the Venus Project more to update his ideology on what exactly it means and how to refine the Zeitgeist movements. Ever since then, a myriad of problems arose from that video on forums, the zeitgeistmovement.com site. And Peter, for some reason, whether orchestrated or not, posted on that same thread, visible to everyone in public, that he was disassociating himself, or sorry, not disassociating, but stepping aside from the movement. And as a result, also Noel, the website developer guy, I'm not sure what his exact role was, but he also actually removed himself from the movement. And that's as far as I know right now. I joined in here and everyone was yelling, so if someone can pick up from there what happened exactly at the beginning of this meeting.
So Jacques actually put up a video and Roxanne.
No, it was from someone that visited.
Oh, okay. So what's this about Roxanne and not wanting people to use the image?
Well, let me explain that, just because I have more inside information. Basically, there's been a problem that has been slowly developing just because Jacques and Roxanne wanted more control over what the Zeitgeist movement was doing. And one of the final point of contention, as I said earlier, was that they wanted to utilize the mailing list stuff for the Zeitgeist movement to get out to people to solicit funds for the film that they want to produce. And Peter has maintained from the beginning that he does not want the Zeitgeist movement to be a fundraising platform. And as I said earlier, there's nothing wrong with either position. And some activist organizations ask for money, some don't. It's Peter doesn't want to fundraise. I understand why. It's a sticky situation. There's tax stuff involved, all kinds of stuff, that he doesn't want to get involved in, and he's opposed to it. And the Venus Project does want to fundraise, and there's nothing wrong with that. You can get a lot done if you fundraise, but at the end of the day, they could not reconcile that difference of opinion, and it ended up with this. And that's basically where we're at.
No, but VTV, what happened in the very beginning of this meeting? To my understanding, Jacques or Roxanne and Peter were here and they were talking?
Yes, I've been here since the start.
Yeah, perhaps you could fill everyone in that just joined. In the beginning, they were just talking, and what happened? Are we officially disassociated on each side with each other?
Roxanne called me up this morning before any of this happened to tell me that the Venus Project has completely separated any relationship with the Zeitgeist movement.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. I just want to know the hardcore facts. So, all right, is that officially acknowledged on the other side as well?
Yay. Peter doesn't understand why they're doing it. He's made his statement about it, and that's it. They seem to both have different views of what took place, which was become clear tonight, is that Peter said, no, I did tell you everything. Yes, I did credit you and everything you did, and I put you guys all over the place. I don't understand what the problem is, etc. Whereas Roxanne and Jock feel that the source is not being credited enough. They don't feel that the Venus Project is being emphasized on enough.
The question is, how much is enough?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, the question that should be asked, so how much is enough? Because the credit that they received, it is too much, I think, actually.
How many of you guys are happy that he actually cut the relationship off?
If I can make a comment real quick, I've been listening in here for the past couple of hours and I've been quiet. I don't know if I'm happy or not. I would have to see where this goes before I can make a decision on that. But on the subject of us not giving the Venus Project enough credit, I would have to agree with Peter. And I'm going to try not to say it using cuss words, but it's bull. I mean, VTV, on your website, we can purchase T-shirts with Jacques Fresco's face on it. I've not seen one person walking around with a T-shirt with Peter's face on it. So I can't even imagine where Jacques got this from.
Like I said, how much is enough?
Well, let me go back to that.
Continue.
Is that what Thunder said about somebody whispering in people's ear is not that off the mark. This is what I said in the little brief meeting that we had before this meeting, and I told people, turn on your critical and analytical thinking skills, because there are people who wanted Peter out of the picture so that they could have that position.
Can I just say something?
That's fear-based, not necessarily proven.
No, it's not. I have evidence. Go research it yourself.
Yeah, I have a feeling if VTV would mention that, it would be just more of a conspiracy than actually something more valuable.
If you have evidence, that's a different story.
So this is basically an argument that just got out of hand, and now everybody's pouting and running in opposite directions. Is that it?
One side appears to be questioning what's going on.
What I just said was based on conversations I've had with people involved, including Roxanne directly. But I don't want to be the person to start a witch hunt. What I want you guys to do is to just start being very aware of the people who are talking to you about this, and just turn on your brain. That's the best defense. I'm not going to start a war here. You can figure it out for yourself if you pay very close attention to what's going on.
It's incredibly obvious, actually.
Throw it out there, please.
It was you, I know.
Oh, can I just say something too? I know that a lot of people are recording, and that anybody who missed any of this can get a copy of the recording. I had to split mine up in 2 parts, but I'm sure it'll be posted on the International Chapter's Google group. But I have a question also, when going back to, what we are allowed to do and what we're not allowed to do as far as, using the Venus Project, at all. I don't know, because we have on our site, a link to the Venus Project on the, Arizona Zeitgeist Chapter site. And, there's probably a lot of other things like videos, and, well, you said videos don't count, but, what are we allowed to do and not allowed to do, as far as, even talking about the Venus Project, or, having the information on our sites?
I think you should be allowed to link to the Venus Project if you want. Like, it should just be just another source rather than the source of information.
Well, I was just...
Let them do the work. Let them do the work. Let them try and figure out what they need to take off and what they don't need to take off. We put a lot of work putting all that stuff up, man.
I mean, so are you guys telling me that Roxanne and Jacques would have a problem with people still being sent to their website, still being sent to the Venus Project in Venus, Florida? I don't see how, even if they say out of anger or frustration or whatever's going on, I don't understand how, if we still send people to them and still reference them and the ideas of a resource-based economy, how that could piss them off at all.
Because you may be misrepresenting their views.
Personally, I'm not going to do anything different. I'm not going to hinder my own activism by worrying about that. I mean, I completely respect Jacques and Roxanne, but I really think that this is just pushing it too far, being irrational when you say you can't use this or you can't use that. That's just, I'm not going to abide by that part of it.
Absolutely not. This is turning into a control freak game. We're all here to advocate an RB economic model, and all of a sudden now it's becoming nothing more than posturing and demagoguing, which is, again, has nothing to do with advocacy. This is all about more inter-organizational bullshit politics once again. And I just got back after a short sabbatical. This is happening, and I'm actually very disappointed, but on another level, for those of you who know me, not very surprised.
Guys, can I say something real quick? I understand that we're all kind of upset, and I mean, obviously this just happened within a matter of hours. So I mean, I say let's let the dust settle. Let's let things kind of settle down. Let's make sure that if you're a coordinator within your state or within your region, make sure that you talk to your members about it. Make sure that you retain your members, and then they understand that this is not something that's going to affect our immediate goal, which is to continue moving forward. No pun intended, but basically moving forward. And that's really essentially all we need to do right now. Just let the dust settle, and I'm fairly confident that this is going to get worked out one way or another.
I completely agree because, I mean, honestly, this movement is way bigger than any of the three. I mean, this is way bigger than Peter or Jacques or Roxanne. I mean, if anything happened to him, it doesn't change anything. I completely agree. This is way bigger.
I think this was going to happen. The Venus Project should have been just one of the ideas that people could look at and learn about. But the problem was we picked it and we're going to go with it. This is it. And these problems were bound to arise. So I think we just maybe should be a little more open and just, keep the Venus Project as an idea, and send people, if they're interested in learning about some of these ideas, to the websites, but maybe keep the movements independent if they can't get along.
I think you really hit the nail on the head there. The future is emergent. The minute we try to peg in exactly what we think the next economic paradigm is going to be, we're already pigeonholing ourselves with our own personal projection onto the future. I think that we should definitely have and research a lot of different orientations and to try to guide whatever way society goes in that right direction, because it'll take care of itself as long as there's thoughtful, intelligent advocates out there to make sure it goes that way.
Well, yeah, we need to keep going on this resource-based economy thing, because I heard China was talking to George Soros, if you will, about doing a whole entire global economy with another currency, and that's what I'm afraid of.
May I suggest?
Yeah, it's not likely, man. They can talk all they want, but the problem is it's to do with world trade and what percentage of the world trade is done in US dollars or euros. And unless they address that part, they're not going to get their way. So they can talk all they want, but this is a matter of how the markets work and how trade is done, not up to anyone choosing to use US dollars or not.
Yeah, that's true, man.
May I suggest that you use the information and logos of the Venus Project until you get a lawyer's notice to cease and desist? That would be a very definite signal to which you can respond by removing all logos and information off your site.
We don't need to be worrying about removing our Venus Project stuff, because we are the Venus Project, essentially. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I mean, this is the Venus Project. I mean, yes, the Zeitgeist movement is kind of separate, but it's really the Venus Project.
Sorry, I joined the Zeitgeist movement because of the resource-based economy and the approach to advocate things, not the Venus Project exclusively.
I agree. I mean, the Venus Project is a project started by Jacques Fresco, and we should keep it that way. If you want to get involved, if you're interested, you should be able to. You should have the freedom to do so. but the whole movement shouldn't be directed towards just that one thing. That should be one of the goals in mind, and if you want to be part of it, you're welcome to. But things should be open and emergent. That's the whole point of a movement. A movement is about change, bringing about change. It's not about sticking to one thing and just following that.
Exactly. You do that and you become dogmatic.
Yeah, I think what he was trying to say though was that we are sort of the culmination of what Jacques has been trying to do his whole life, and that is spread these ideas and get the ideas of a resource-based economy out there. The problem is we're taking it a lot further than just that one simple idea, and we're trying to be more comprehensive, and I think that's where a lot of the problems are coming from, where they're disagreeing with each other, because a lot of that goes to why Peter doesn't want to really be hypocritical and have all of these people suddenly sending money at a project, because the goals are entirely different. This is much broader on the side of the movement.
Well, I have a question for those who were here. How did the conversation end? Did it end on a good note, or did it end on just a quiet note of just they logged both off? Like, how did it end? Did it say, like, Tom, was anyone here?
Peter gave her a serious piece of his mind and then eventually logged out. And then Roxanne stayed for a little while longer and answered some questions and then eventually left. But to be fair, it was midnight.
By serious piece of mind, do you mean he just blew her off and just that's it? And then
he popped a gasket is what basically happened.
Oh, he really?
Yeah, but he wasn't irrational, but he was definitely upset. You're best off going back and listening to him say it for himself. That's why I'm bringing TVP on my radio show. And I'm just like, just listen to them talk, guys. Not speculate too much on what we think they said.
Good. Yeah, got it. Was it very early in the meeting?
Can I get a quote? Or?
If it gets the word across, I don't think I've ever heard Peter swear so much.
Huh.
He was obviously upset. By the way, I'm being asked when the recording will be available for all of this. Does anyone have inside info on that?
Someone should stop recording right now and begin uploading.
Well, there were about 4 times as many people recording earlier. I'm just wondering, obviously they're not here now, or maybe I don't know.
Well, I was going to record it earlier, but no one told me how. I was never tried to figure it out because I figured someone else would do it.
So what platform did the argument take place on? Is there a recording of that somewhere or no?
Yeah, the recording will be on, everything was recorded on the same recording. So, and I'll put mine on the International Chapters Google group for everyone. It might be in 2 parts because I lost connections for a while, but can I go kind of back to this? I know people who missed it are kind of maybe going crazy, but it's going to come up quite a bit, so I just wanted to know if anybody had any ideas, because I'm a little confused. If we are not allowed to, affiliate the Venus Project with the Zeitgeist Movement, and we're not allowed to use any of their materials, it's going to come up several times. I understand what, VTV was saying about, how, he's able to do it, but as a chapter, how do they see, would Jock and Roxanne see us having their logo on our website as going against their wishes? And should we think about taking everything down, or should we just leave it up for now? And is somebody going to be trying to get clarification on how we're to proceed as far as everything, all of our materials, our flyers and logos and things like that we do as a chapter?
If I can interject on this one. Well, I guess the official word now is, as of tonight, that the Venus Project is now a separate entity from the Zeitgeist Movement. And as such, any and all intellectual properties that belong to them on your websites probably need to disappear, including all graphics, logos. Any documents that originally belonged to them probably don't need to be on your website anymore. It would be the same if you had intellectual materials belonging to any other person. It probably, I can't imagine it being wrong to mention them or quote them. I'm sure as hell going to still mention Jacques if I do any any live lectures. It's just you don't want to distribute their intellectual properties anymore. Pretty much the Venus Project has been switched to a sort of mode where they're now a third party essentially. So the general treatment of intellectual properties on the internet now applies.
Well, the whole concept of intellectual property and copyright is completely flawed and wrong anyway, and, Jacques has preached against it, and lawyers and all that kind of stuff, many times in his lectures, so what are they going to do?
They're going to go flag into word and do exactly what they preached against. That's the way things seem to happen.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, is there any chance that everyone will just cool down and this won't even be an issue a week from now?
Maybe.
Yeah, don't get rid of your Venus Project stuff, guys. Keep advocating the Venus Project. It's the exact same thing, basically. I mean, it's kind of blowing my mind there. Anyway, just join the Venus Project if you're not already part of it. I mean, I'm in both. I advocate the Venus Project and the Zeitgeist Movement. It's the same thing. I mean, basically, though, what she's saying is to basically keep the Venus Project the Venus Project. It all really should be under one name anyway. I mean, I don't see a big problem with that. We can still do all the same stuff we're doing right now as the Venus Project. There's, nobody's taking sides. We're all on the same side. They just want to keep it one name, which is actually pretty logical. It is kind of stupid to have the two names.
Question.
I'm sorry, Doug Millett, he had a very good point. The first Zeitgeist movement makes it hard to advocate the Zeitgeist. I've talked to so many people that are turned off on the Zeitgeist just because of the first movie and their religion. I think we all need to be advocating the Venus Project just as much, and just start finding out what the Venus Project people want us to advocate. That doesn't mean we have to give them money. We can do everything the same as what we're doing right now. Nothing has to change. Everything's fine. They just want it to be more of a single group, and I understand that they don't want another group putting all their stuff out there. It's pretty logical. It's not like it's so crazy.
Well, I for one can say that it was the first movie that I watched that turned me on to the Zeitgeist movement. I mean, I was an atheist before, but that movie really sort of, although I would say it had some bad research in it, that was the reason I joined the movement. So you can find equally number of people that enjoy the first film as those that hated it.
Well, keep in mind that, while controversy does attract people, it also does alienate a lot more people from what I've seen. There's a lot of people who really respected Zeitgeist Addendum and moving forward, but did not like the first one. As for the consolidation of, I guess you could say, management, TVP is consolidated between very few people, whereas the Zeitgeist Movement is a collective of grassroots organizations. And the way it was initially set up, as you all know, was that the Zeitgeist Movement would advocate the Venus Project. But then again, these are all names that if you're just a person off the street, you'd be scratching your head and be like, what's with these names? What I would suggest that everybody does is just, watch how things play out, but keep in mind that the most important thing is advocating a more sustainable paradigm that will undoubtedly be shifted into one way or another under the Venus Project banner or not. That's what's really important, is really the well-being of my kids and my grandkids, whenever they happen. Names and brands, to me, that's irrelevant. It's the concepts, it's the ideas. And Jacques Fresco isn't the only one who's had some excellent ideas about what the future can be.
I just want to know what intellectual property do they want removed? I mean, a lot of their stuff is open source, isn't it? Like their little booklets and whatnot.
The stuff that they put out for free would be just available anywhere anyway, but it's important to understand that their motive here, like just when they tried to trademark the point before, it wasn't because of TZM. It was because of groups like RBEF or the Promethean Workers or these other groups that were trying to, to promote the direction in a way that they did not agree with. And they do want to have a world where where property is eventually abolished, but they have a lot of fears based on the concept of what happens when a concept is misrepresented. For example, a great deal of people say this is Marxism. Marxism killed millions of people, blah, 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 even though there's nothing in Marxism that says anything about killing billions of people. The Soviets did that, okay? And because of that, you can't even say the word communism and have anybody take you seriously anymore. That's, you know, that's an extreme example, but it is an example of what can happen to a social system proposal if it's done incorrectly. Like if you look at the Promethean Workers website, those guys have all kinds of crazy woo beliefs that are spiritual in nature, and that's why they don't agree. You know, they want to have RBE plus spirituality, and that's an example of somebody, you know, doing something like, you know, if a scientist looks at that, they're gonna, you know, it would discredit the concept entirely. That's the problem when you're proposing a social direction, is that it's very easy to, you know, to start slinging mud at each other, especially if it's being misrepresented. Just watch the Democrats and the, you know, Republicans fight each other for a while, and you get the idea.